comments that I wanted, a number of items that I want to call to your attention. Number one, these are formal hearings. There is, as I said, a recording made of them. This is a proceeding similar to a court proceeding, and we ask that everyone act accordingly in a dignified manner. That if they're in a vehicle, that the vehicle be stopped, and that they be appropriately attired and seated when their case is called. We have a list of approximately 32 cases, a number of which have been addressed or resolved, and we will go through that list through counsel from the city. And if you hear your case called, pay attention. It may have been resolved. It may be continued, which we will go over that request. If you have any questions concerning the resolution of your case, on your letter that you received notifying you of today's hearing is a telephone number for you to call at the administrative offices for this board, and you can make inquiry about what the determination is or that occurred today. Mr. McSherry is, I will have everyone introduce themselves, and then I'm sure Mr. McSherry will remind me of anything I may have forgotten in my introductory remarks. Again, Ralph Pincus, acting chair. Will have the board members and administrative staff introduce themselves.
I'm Steve Pettit, board member.
Roger S. Tennant, senior board member.
Ken Washington, board member.
Cortez Patton, board member.
Ryan McSherry, board counsel.
Richard Wade, board administrator.
And we have a court reporter present as well. Mr. McSherry, did I leave anything out?
Nope. That was very comprehensive, Mr. Chair.
Very good. All right. So the first thing we'll do is we'll ask, as is our general practice, for a representative from the city law department to go over the list of cases and what administrative determinations have been agreed to or need to be made today. Who is that counsel for the city?
Good afternoon, Chairman Pincus. John Wazorek for the City of Philadelphia.
Welcome, Mr. Wazorek.
Number 7 on the list, appeal ending 3003 for the property at 2700 Federal Street, appellant Lee Guan. That case can be marked as moot complied.
Case number 7, HA 2023-003003, 2700 Federal Street, we're marking as moot complied. Again, based on my earlier comment, if you're present and you don't understand, you are welcome to contact the administrative offices to have clarification provided.
Number 11 on the list, appeal ending 3146 for the property located at 2123 Moore Street, appellant Sharice Gray. That case can be marked as moot.
Case number HA 2023-003-146-2123 Moore Street is being marked moot.
Number 17 on the list, appeal ending 3507 for the address located at 1306 Callow Hill Street, appellant TNG Design Solutions LLC. That case can be marked as moot.
Case number HA 2023-003-507 is moot.
Number 23 on the list, appeal ending 0401 for the address located at 1021 South St. Bernard Street. The appellant is 1021 South Street, Bernard Street LLC. That case can be marked as moot.
Case number HA 2024-00401 is being marked moot.
And that concludes the moots for the day. I'm sure my colleagues and myself will have a number of other preliminary matters.
Very good. Any other preliminary matters from representatives from the City Law Department? Mr. Logue.
Good afternoon, board members. I'd like to call your attention first to appeal number 6 on our list, appeal ending in 002555. Address is 160-64 North 2nd Street. Appellant Capel McConnon, doing business as CMC Masonry, Inc. That appeal can be marked city affirmed with a reduced fine of $300.
So noted, city, there's an agreement, city affirmed, fine of $300.
And then my last preliminary matter, excuse me, I'd like to call your attention to appeal number 16 on our list. Appeal ending in 003297, address 912 Brighton Street, appellant Muhammad Islam. I previously communicated a continuance request to the board, and the outstanding permit has since been issued, so that case can be marked moot complied. I see Mr. Islam is present. Mr. Islam, you're free to go.
Right, this case number 16 is you've indicated is now complied, is that correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Case number 16 is complied, is that what you're?
Correct. That can be marked moot complied.
Moot complied, very good. Mr. Islam, did you hear that? I believe he was here, I saw his name.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Anything further, Mr. Logue?
No, that's it. That concludes my business. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wissarak, if I'm saying that correctly? Close.
Close. Thank you, Chairman Pincus. Wazorek. I'd like to direct your attention to number 18 on the list, appeal ending 4922 for the address located at 2716 Cecil B. Moore Avenue. Appellant is Kamal Ercius, doing business as Mez Renovation LLC. The city has reached an agreement with the appellant for that matter for a reduced fine of $1,000.
Very good. Case number HA 2023-0049922. City has reached an agreement. So noted.
And that should be marked as city affirmed, by the way. I believe I missed that.
City affirmed with a $1,000 fine.
Yes, sir.
Very good.
I also have number 25 on the list, appeal ending 0819. Property is 2423 North 56th Street. And the appellant is Linda O'Brien, doing business as O'Brien Contracting Company. That would also be an agreement for a city affirm with a reduced fine of $500.
Very good. We'll mark case number 25 HA 2024-000819 as an agreement where there's a city affirmed with a $500 fine.
And that concludes my business for the day. Thank you, Chairman Pincus and board members.
My pleasure. Again, I have all these names that I'm not used to saying. I leave that task usually to Mr. Woodson. Ms. Nizich, is that correct? Is that correct? Nezich.
A valiant effort, yeah. Ms. Nezich. This is Melanie Nezich for the law department. I'm going to handle some water cases. I have 2 on my list as preliminary matters. I believe the first one is listed number 1, 923 Wynwood. That would be HA 2023-004877. The appellant contacted the board admin today and requested a continuance. The city has no objection to such.
Okay, is anyone present for 923 Winwood Road? The appellant is David Nigro.
I
Not
spoke to the appellant on the phone and he said that he is having technical issues.
Well, okay, hopefully he'll resolve them. We'll agree to continue the case at your request,
At his request.
at the appellant's request.
Yes. And case number 2 is J&N Realty Group, LLC. The address is 1354 South Stanley, HA 2024-000765.
Excuse
That-
me. Go ahead.
That can be marked moot complied.
Very good. Moot complied, case number 2, HA 2024-000765. Moot complied.
Thank you. Those conclude my preliminary matters that I have listed. However, I see a couple of appellants' names that are familiar to me that were continued from April, but I do not have them listed. And I'm wondering either I don't have an updated docket list, or perhaps I can be put into a breakout room with these appellants or something like that. Because I
Well,
only have these 2 cases listed.
in my list of 32 cases, there are 2 more cases listed as water cases, cases number 28 and 29 on my list,
I
involving,
don't know if I was sent that updated docket. I see, yeah. Elena Genorio is one of them. These were 2, Elena Genorio and Winnie Wong from 411 were relisted from April 11th.
I don't know, I just have them on the list as cases 28 and 29.
Okay,
Are
I
you
did not
prepared on
receive
these
notice of-
cases? Miss,
Uh, I'm prepared for them, but my witnesses aren't available at the moment. So for those particular cases, the city would request a continuance, but also I would respectfully request an opportunity to be put in a breakout room with each of those appellants.
all right, so we'll hold off until we get down through the list to call the cases. And in the meantime, if Mr. Wade can give you a breakout room and you perhaps can deal with each of these appellants.
Understood. Thank you. That concludes the water department's matters.
So let's just note, for the benefit of the people involving 334 Leverington Avenue and 6607 Sylvester Street, the administrator, Richard Wade, will make a note for you to move to a breakout room. Obviously, Ms. Nezich can only talk to one of you at a time, so please be patient. We have enough cases to keep us busy until
Ms.
we
Wong
get
is
to you.
already- Ms. Wong's already in the breakout room, Ms. Nesbitt.
Very good. Thank you. All right, anyone else from, yes, Mr. Guglielza, did I say that in a close fashion?
To quote the previous attorney, it was a valiant effort, and it's
Thank you.
appreciated. I would like to draw the board's attention to case number 14 on the list. That is HA 2023-003255. I just came out of a breakout room with the appellant. Unfortunately, she is having some technical difficulties, and IT and I are under the impression that she cannot hear anything that we are saying. And she has been unable to answer her phone to confirm or deny that. Under the circumstances, the city would have no objections to a continuance to allow her to figure out her technological issues.
That's fine. That's case number 14. Susan Dean is the appellant.
Yes.
And I have a note that that was a late appeal. Is that
It is correct that that was a late appeal. However, I believe that we'll be able to resolve this just as soon as we're able to get in contact with each other. So we
Very
can put
good.
that on hold for the moment.
all right? So I'll mark the case continued. This is case number 14 HA 2023-003-255.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Anything further?
Yes, my next case is case number 17. That is HA 2023-003507 at 1306 Cowhill Street.
We have that marked moot.
That is correct, yes.
Very
Thank you.
good.
And then case 22, which is HA 2023-005206 at 1636 North 26th Street. In that case, we have come to an agreement with the party. The case should be marked city affirmed with a $300 fine.
Case number 22, HA 2023-005206, 1636 North 26th Street, Empire Home Remodeling. There's an agreement. The city is affirmed with a $300 fine. So noted on the record.
Thank you. That concludes my preliminaries.
Very good. Ms. Reinhardt.
Good afternoon, board. I'd like to draw your attention to case number 12, hearing appeal ending 3169 regarding 9702 State Road, appellants Gerald and Ann Gallagher. I believe Mr. Tom Forkin is here as well. My understanding is that appellants made a continuance request for a lengthy continuance, and my office does not oppose.
Thank you.
Very good. Mr. Forkin, are you counsel in this matter?
I'm not counsel, Mr. Chairman. I'm representing Councilman Mike Driscoll's office as his chief of staff for our constituents.
I see. And you're involved, and your office is involved in trying to find an amicable resolution for this matter.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
And you believe that the 5 to 6 month continuance might enable this matter to be resolved?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Very
Mr.
good.
Chairman, in our
Yes.
executive meeting, there were a few questions regarding this, and I brought one of those questions up. So if I may ask Mr. Forkin, how many other properties are involved in this retaining water, which the state is getting assistance?
Mr. Tennant, we believe there's 5 affected homes: 4909, 4911, 4913, 4915 Grant Avenue, and the appellant 9702 State Road.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from anyone? So there's a number of properties, and I'm told it's a sizable retaining wall that may involve considerable expense.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. It is approximately a 300-foot linear foot wall, 10 to 15 feet high, 2 feet wide.
Did you say 10 to 15 feet high?
Correct. Varying heights, Mr. Chairman. That's from L&I.
Okay, very good. Well, all right, let's hope it can be worked out. And we'll grant the requested continuance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Michelle.
How
Thank you.
long are we talking about continuing this case, Mr. Chair?
I'm sorry, Mr. Washington.
How long are we talking about continuing?
Well, they've requested a 5 to 6 month, and I would ask if Mr. Wade, that's not customarily how long we continue a case. But I guess city council is involved. There's a summer recess, or there's why such a long recess?
Well, we because of the complexity of the situation and the fact that 5 homes could be impacted, Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to see if the Army Corps of Engineers and/or the state DEP could assist us in this matter as we begin to try to rebuild the wall.
And you believe that this could be a relatively time-consuming process?
I do, Mr. Chairman, honestly.
So
Does anybody-
am I correct, excuse me, Mr. Chair, am I correct? There haven't been any type of plans drawn or anything? We're just asking for continuing. Is
I'm
that
sorry, I
correct?
didn't hear. Mr. Washington, would you speak loud?
Yes, I'm saying, so there haven't been any type of plans or meetings concerning this wall at all?
I've had, Mr. Washington, I've had discussions with 3 of the homeowners. I've had meetings with the state representative's office, as well as the United States Congressman's office. I believe Mr. Rashid had some preliminary plans done about a year or so ago, if you mean by that engineering plan.
Yes.
He did. We're trying to work our way through those.
Mr. Chairman, can we just continue this? Because he's not a lawyer and he can't represent the homeowners.
Stand
Even
that
though-
as well. I understand. We're hearing from the council.
Even though he
persons.
represents Mike Driscoll's office, he cannot represent the homeowners. So let's
I
continue.
agree. I agree. Is the actual appellant present at the
I
hearing
believe she
today?
is. I believe she is, Mr. Chairman. I actually am an attorney, but I'm not acting in that capacity for purposes of this hearing.
I understand. Well, let's just have the appellant
Ms. Gallagher.
identify themselves and confirm that they would like to have the matter continued. Mr. or Ms. Gallagher, are you present?
I believe that I see her attempting to speak, and is currently on mute.
Ms. Gallagher, are you unmuted?
Yes, sir. Hello,
Would you identify yourself, please?
Ann Gallagher.
Could you raise your right hand and say that you swear or affirm that the testimony or statements you make today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
So you've had a representative involved from city council, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And they're trying to help you resolve this matter and it seems to be a complicated and expensive matter, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is it your understanding that a 5-month continuance may enable you to get this city violation resolved?
Yes, sir.
All right, does anyone else have any further questions? Ms. Reinhardt, this is your appeal. You're agreeable with the 5 to 6 month continuance request?
I am. I do not oppose the request, or the time length requested.
Very good. Under the circumstances, I will agree to the continuance request on behalf of the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have 3 additional matters that I would like to bring to the board's attention. These are listed as number 8, 9, and 10 on the hearing list.
Okay.
Our originally scheduled witness is unavailable, and the witness that we have stepping in is going to be available starting at 3 o'clock today. Would you like me to read those into the record in order to make sure that appellants are aware?
Well, very good. We have case number 8, which requires a Spanish interpreter. And I believe that interpreter is present, but I'm not sure.
The interpreter is here, sir.
I see the interpreter is present. Is that one of the cases you would proceed with your list, Ms. Reinhardt?
It is. Number 8 specifically, appeal ending 3072 regarding 1852 East Schiller Street, appellant Milagros Colazo. We're just requesting that this start after 3 o'clock.
Mr. Jose V, is that, will you be available at 3 o'clock?
The interpreter here, sir. Yes, the interpreter can be available at the time.
All right, we'll move this down the list, okay?
Thank you. The next request, it is numbers 9 and 10 on the list, with the same appellant and the same property address. Appeals ending 3132 and 3133 regarding 10849 Academy Road, appellant Ion Baltaki. I believe that I saw appellant in the hearing as well, but this is the same request that our witness is unavailable until 3 o'clock.
Okay, is someone present for properties at 10849 Academy Road? I'll just spell the last name of the appellant, Baltaci. Is that individual present?
Yes, I'm here, sir. Hello?
You
Yes,
are,
this is
all right. So we are being requested to, and we may not to wait until approximately 3 o'clock. before your case can be called. I just want to put you on notice. That's the request from the city. Will you be available at 3 o'clock?
Yes, I will be available, but the English is my second language, so I would like to just let you know, so I can maybe repeat one more time if you don't understand me.
I didn't hear what you just said clearly, and I don't see your face. Do you have a video? Do you have a
Yeah,
video?
can you see me right now?
Yes. Would you identify yourself, please?
Yeah, my name is Eyhan Baltacı. I'm the owner of this property.
Okay. Would you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm that the statements or testimony you give today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And are you available at 3 o'clock?
Yes, I'm available at 3 o'clock.
All right. Well, very good, Ms. Reinhardt. Then we'll defer these cases until 3 o'clock.
Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I
Chairman
do have a
Pincus,
question.
I believe he also indicated that English is not his first language. Is this a situation where an interpreter is being requested? Because if so, I want to make sure that we would decide that sooner in the list rather than.
I understand.
waiting.
I didn't hear the other part of his request. Mr. Mr. Baltaki,
Yes.
are you able to proceed in speaking English, or do you need an interpreter to help you understand all of the matters that are being discussed?
Actually, I'm understand you, but maybe you may not understand me, but maybe I can repeat it if you want.
Well, so far I'm understanding you. If you understand the English language, we may have to ask you to repeat yourself or speak slowly, but I'm understanding every word you're saying.
Okay, it's great. It's okay.
All right, very
Okay.
good. Then we'll.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Is the appellant for case number 8 available?
I don't know if that appellant I don't know if that appellant is available.
Can we have the interpreter
Right.
be call out for?
Well, it's 1:30. We can call that case if that's okay with you, Ms. Reinhardt.
It is.
All right, Mr. Wade.
This is case number 8, hearing appeal ending.
Well, wait, hold on. Let me just see. It is in fact Milagros Colazo. Is there someone here related to the property at 1852 East Schiller Street?
The interpreter is going to repeat that.
Mr. Would you identify yourself, sir?
Yes, sir. Interpreter name is Jose, IDC as in Charlie, as in Romeo 224.
And do you swear or affirm that the interpretation you will give will be true and faithful to the best of your ability?
I swear.
Okay.
Excuse me, pardon me, Chair, this is the court reporter. Could I have the interpreter please spell his last name again?
Interpreter's name, Jose, J as in Jasmine, O as in Oscar, S as in Sierra, E as in Echo.
And your last name?
V as in Victor. I as in India, L as in Lima, L as in Lima, E as in Echo, G as in George, A as in Alpha, S as in Sierra.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, before we move forward, I believe I heard Ms. Reinhardt say that her witness for the city is unavailable till 3 o'clock for cases 8, 9, and 10. Am I correct, Ms. Reinhardt?
That is correct.
So I'm not sure how we can move forward without the city's witness.
No, we're just trying to confirm if the appellant is present. If the appellant's not present, then
I'm fine. Thank you.
all right. So the question is, case number 8, is there a Milagros, Colazo, or anyone else here with respect to the property at 1852 East Schiller Street? If so, please identify yourself.
La pregunta es, para el caso número 8, ¿hay una Milagros Collazos o alguien acá con respecto a la propiedad en el 1852 East Schiller Street? De ser así, favor identifíquese.
I have not heard any answer. So, Mr. Wade, would you please call the case number?
Case
Oh,
number,
Mr. Chairman, we have a brief executive session to clarify something.
Sure. Will you excuse, we'll wait and we'll call this case in order. So Ms. Reinhardt, we'll defer for a moment until we get to the listings and or 3 o'clock, whichever occurs first, just as a procedural protection. Okay?
Thank you.
Anyone else from the city? Mr. Johnson, I see your hand.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the board. I'd like to call your attention to number 15 on today's list. It's the appeal for 2701 Poplar Street, Mr. Singletary. This is a case where I had submitted a request to continue the matter earlier this morning. The department's witness is unavailable for the hearing today.
That's fine. We considered that and will grant your request. Let's find out if Mr. Singletary is present. William Singletary, 2701 Poplar Street, are you present? William Singletary.
He's talking, but we can't hear him.
There was an email request from Mr. Johnson earlier. I see someone's whose phone is on the coming on and off with signaling.
And there's also a Diane Singletary that's on the list.
Is someone present
We can't
from
hear them. We can't hear them.
for the property at 2701 Poplar Street? Could you unmute yourself if you're muted? Mr. Wade, do you see any, there's a light here on a phone number.
I can see them on the screen, but I can't hear them. It's Diane Singletary, and I'm assuming that's her husband that's sitting right next to her.
Oh, yes, okay, I see them. Well, all right, so at this point, the city has agreed to continue your case. We're not hearing you, but I can see your heads nodding. Is this agreeable with you? Please nod your heads. Okay, so we'll agree to continue your case. Hopefully that between now and whenever it's next put up on the list, one, you may resolve the matter, and number two, you'll have some technical assistance so that you can make yourself not only available by video, but also by audio. So your matter will be continued. All right? Very good. Mr.
Thank
Johnson?
you. Moving on down the list to what's listed as number 19 on the list, Appeal HA 2023-005099. It is the appeal of Faraz Aftab, which was a contractor issue. We've resolved that, and it should be marked as city affirm with a total fine of $2,000.
Very good. We'll note it on the record, and there's an agreement, I gather, or you'll provide it to us?
Yes, I can email the agreement.
City affirmed with the $2,000 fine. The same appellant is listed for case number 20.
Yes, and for 20, Appeal HA 2023-005100, Faraz Aftab, the appeal should be marked as city affirm, total fine of $1,500.
Very good. We'll note it on the record as an agreement. City affirmed a fine of $1,500, and you'll provide a copy of that agreement to the board as well.
Yes, yes.
All right, and just so I see Ms. Singletary still on the screen. You're welcome. These are open hearings, so you're welcome to stay and observe the proceedings, or you're welcome to go about your business. Your matter will not be considered today. And with respect to anyone else who's observing, you're welcome to stay and observe the hearings when and if we actually hear a case. And in the meantime, we're still dealing with preliminary matters. Mr. Johnson, anything further?
Yes, regarding number 24 on today's list, appeal HA-2024-000499, the appeal for 5109 through 17 Pentridge Street, Jerome Moore. I believe that there had been that had been resolved by agreement back in March. And I had submitted that to the board yesterday, the signed agreement regarding a stay of enforcement on that. And this was executed on March 15th, 2024. The appeal was to be marked as withdrawn, and the city had agreed to stay of enforcement. That was executed between Ms. Costello on behalf of the city and Jerome Moore. So I believe it was listed in error for today's list.
Well, I'll ask Mr. Wade to double check his records, please. Mr. Wade, are you with us? I see you're muted.
I have the email from Mr. Johnson, but I do not have a copy of the signed agreement. What I have in my records from the March 12th hearing date is a continuance. That's all I have. It was continued for resolution, but I did not get the resolution.
I thought I attached that with my email yesterday. I'm attaching it now in an email to you. And
are we going to mark it as withdrawn per agreement, or?
Yes, I would assume.
Withdrawn by agreement.
Is anyone present with respect to, is a Jerome Moore present with respect to 5109 -17 Pentridge Street? Is there anyone present with respect to this appeal?
Yes, I am present. I had got the notice and I wasn't sure why I was coming back, but I had to make sure that I crossed my T's and dotted my I's. Make sure.
Right, so just raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear affirm the testimony or statements you give will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, you believe the matter has been, what you've agreed to the withdrawal of the matter per the terms of an agreement that was entered on March the 15th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. We'll mark the file, we'll mark the case as withdrawn, appeal withdrawn. Correct, Mr. Wade?
Correct.
Very good. Thank you for attending, Mr. Moore.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can we go back to case number 20?
Yes, sir.
Because I have two appellants with the same name. And I was just want to be clear.
Cases number 19 and 20 are the same individual appellant. Appears to be two different cases, two different addresses, and both of them have been settled by agreement.
So what was the agreement for number 20?
City affirmed $1,500 fine.
I thought that was number 19.
Number 19 was city affirmed $2,000 fine.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, anything further?
That's the end of my preliminary matters.
Okay. Anything further? Anyone from the law department with a preliminary matter that we haven't addressed? So we have at the board one or two. Let me just make sure if we have any preliminary matters from the board. Case number 5. Case number 5, HA 2023-001266. Is anyone present? Louis Cerrone?
Here. And Mr. Chairman, Ron Patterson on behalf of Mr. Cerrone.
I see. That was our question. We didn't have a list of counsel. You are counsel,
Chris
Mr.
Johnson.
Patterson?
I still am, yes.
Very good. Very good.
Nice to see you.
Always a pleasure to see you. That resolves that. That's a preliminary question. Case number. See if I've got anything here. I don't see any notes with respect to any other case that hasn't been resolved or continued. Am I correct, Mr. McSherry?
That appears to be correct, yes.
Very good. Then let us start the calling of the list.
That brings us to matter number
Mr.
3.
Chair, before we move on,
Yes, Mr.
one
Washington.
of our preliminary things was case number 13, that they need an attorney.
Very good. Thank you. Very good. Case number 13. HA, thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Wade. Case number 13, HA 2023-003197, 4599 North 15th Street. Is someone present? The listed appellant is Lorenzo Matthews.
I'm right here.
Mr. Matthews, our information is that the owner of the violation was issued to a LLC. Is there an
Yes.
LLC? Are you a principal of that LLC?
Yes.
I see. Could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, so your notice of violation and your hearing notice for today says if you're a corporation that you're required to have counsel represent you at these hearings. Do you have an attorney representing you?
Not today. He was on previously at our previous appointment. Wasn't able to get back in contact with him, so that's why I was needing to get another attorney.
I'm sorry, could you repeat what you just said?
So I had hearings last year. He was present at that one. Had contacted him multiple times this year, but wasn't able to get a hold of him. So I'm needing to get another attorney.
Well, who's counsel on this matter?
This is
From the
Thomas
city.
Guyutsa for the city.
Mr. Guyutsa, are you agreeable to continue this case for a short period of time? And Mr. Matthews, you understand that you will need to get an attorney?
Yes.
I don't have an objection to him getting a continuance to obtain counsel. However, if we could be placed into a breakout room so I could get new contact information for Mr. Matthews. I did attempt to reach out previously, but unfortunately was unsuccessful.
Oh.
Okay, Mr. Matthews, you'll go to a breakout room. We'll agree to continue your case. And you'll need counsel, but perhaps you and Mr. Guyutsa, if you can reach some sort of agreement, perhaps you may be able to resolve this matter.
All right. Very much appreciated. Thank you so much.
Mr. Wade, can we go back? Is there anything else that I may have missed, members of the board and council? No, good. Okay, Mr. Wade.
Okay, that brings us to case number 3, hearing appeal ending. 3137, 6100 Yoakum Street, Mohammed Jahan.
Hi, this is Christopher Johnson for the city of Philadelphia.
Mr. Jahan, is there anyone present with respect to 6100 Yoakum Street, Mohammed Jahan, Jahan? Is there anyone present? All right, I don't have a response.
Mr. Jahan listed 313 Margate Road in Upper Darby, PA as his contact information. Notice this hearing was sent to 313 Margate Road on April 30th, 2024.
Very good. We don't have a response. Mr. Johnson, what is the request of the city?
The city is going to request that the board mark this as city firm failure to appear.
Okay, my clock says it's 1:52 p.m. I will initiate the vote. City affirmed lack of appearance of the appellant at 1:52 p.m.
City affirm non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance. Mr. Chair, can we go in the breakout room real quick?
As soon as we complete the vote,
What I want to say, I don't want to say it out in.
well, let's complete the vote unless you want to stop the vote right now.
I want to, only because I'm just going to say it. The vice chair is supposed to call the timeout. And I just wanted to make sure that we was clear on how protocol.
Well, that's fine. It just so happens that as a custom, I've generally done that, but there's no protocol. It's just the question of determining what time it is. So I'm saving the step.
Okay, only reason why I made a mention of it because on the rules and regulations that we was handed to, that's what it states.
I see.
Okay, that's all. I just wanted to bring
All
it to your attention.
I'm acting vice chair as well, I guess, for the moment.
Okay.
So if everyone's okay, 1:52 p.m. And I have, I think, Mr. Washington and Mr. Patton have yet to vote.
I agree. And city affirm non-appearance.
And city affirm non-appearance.
The vote is unanimous. City affirmed non-appearance. I will, I guess Mr. Pettit might be the acting vice chair in my, for future time calls. Okay?
The time was
Thank you.
1:52 p.m.
Very good. Thank you. So Mr. Wade, the next case, please. You're muted, sir.
Or hearing appeal ending 3292, 900 West Glenwood Ave, Lorraine McAfee.
This is Christopher Johnson for the city of Philadelphia.
We repeat the case number HA 2023-003-292, 900 West Glenwood Avenue, Lorraine McAfee. Anyone present?
No one in the waiting room under that name. Miss McAfee listed 156 West Godfrey Avenue as her mailing address. Notice of this hearing was sent to 156 West Godfrey Avenue on April 30th, 2024.
Very good. What is your request, Mr. Johnson?
The city respectfully requests that the appeal be marked as city affirm, failure to appear.
Mr. Pettit, what do you show as the correct time?
1:55 p.m.
My vote is city affirmed for lack of appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
Case
Very
number,
good.
case
Thank
number,
you.
Case number 5, hearing appeal ending 1266, 1631 Packer Ave, Louis Cerrone.
Again, this is Chris Johnson for the city of Philadelphia.
And good afternoon, Ronald Patterson, attorney with Claire Harrison Law Firm, 1835 Market Street, Philadelphia, PA 19103, on behalf of Mr. Cerrone.
Very good. Welcome, Mr.
Thank you.
Patterson.
Thank you.
We, just for the benefit of the board and for council, Mr. Patterson and I have been colleagues and known to each other for probably somewhere between 20, he's much younger than I am, at least 20 years. So I just want to I assume that's not creating a problem, but we are longtime colleagues. Let us proceed, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, if it please the board, as just a preliminary statement, this is an appeal of a violation issued by the streets department to the restaurant facility at 1631 Packer Avenue, the Palladium. And the reason for the streets violation was a violation of the code related to streeteries. As I'm sure the board is aware, during the pandemic, a number of restaurants throughout the city had constructed streeteries to allow for outdoor dining. And in 2022, the city council passed official legislation that would govern which streeteries would be allowed moving forward and providing for the requirement of licensing for such streeteries. as we sit here in time, the streetery that is attached to the premises at 1631 Packer Avenue, the Palladium, is in violation of the code as provided by City Council in the updated ordinance. And so that is the basis for the violation. And I have one witness in the matter. It is Raheem Hill of the Streets Department.
Very good. With counsel, Mr. Patterson, do you have an opening statement as well?
Yes, I do, with exhibits if it's time for that, or you wait till it's my turn, but I could share my screen.
Well, no, we'll hear from the city and their witnesses and their exhibit documents. And if you don't have an opening statement, that's fine. You can reserve that until your opportunity to present your appeal. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd rather proceed with exhibits using my opening statement.
Very good. All right, Mr. Johnson, would you please call your witness?
The city is going to call Raheem Hill.
I'm waiting to see Mr. Hill.
I know he was on the call.
I see him. Yes, I'm here. All right, Mr. Hill, would you please raise your hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good.
Mr. Hill, can you please tell us where you're employed?
I'm employed with the City of Philadelphia. I'm currently residing at 667 North Broad Street in the right-of-way unit.
And what does your position entail with the right-of-way unit?
I am the supervisor of enforcement and inspections of outdoor dining, cafes, and streeteries.
And how long have you been in that position?
Approximately a little over 2 years.
With the permission of the board, I'd like to share my screen at this time.
Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Now, I have a packet of documents that's marked as Exhibit C1. The first page and the first few pages are a copy of the appeal that was the basis for this action. I'm going to scroll down to the third page. And Mr. Hill, are you familiar with the property at 1631 Packer Avenue?
Yes, I am.
And have you had a chance to review the department's record with regard to that property?
Yes, I have.
Now, this document where you see where it's written initial notice of violation and order. Can you tell us what this document is?
This is a notice of violation that was issued on 2/21/23 for an illegal streetery that's located on the within the right of way. The violation is for unlicensed streetery that's not having an actual license, and the legal encroachment in the right of way for actually having a structure within the right of way.
Now I'm going to scroll down to this past that section, and this is the first photograph. And can you tell us what this photograph is?
It's a photograph of the outside of the Palladium restaurant.
And is this from Google Street View?
Yes, it is.
And is this, would you say, based on the Google imprint, is this taken in October 2016?
Yes.
Would you repeat that date, please?
October 2016.
Thank you.
So would this be a representation of what the structure would have looked like prior to the construction of the streetery?
That is correct.
Okay. And I'm going to scroll down now to the second photograph. What can we see in the second photograph? Can you describe the structure now?
This is a structure that's attached to the building, which covers the entire footway area and is going out into the parking lane, into the street.
And the final photograph, is this another angle showing the streetery?
Yes, it is.
And have you been to the property yourself?
Yes, I have.
Was this a photograph that you took?
Yes.
Can you describe about how far the encroachment goes into the street?
It's probably about, I say about 8 feet into the roadway, 8 or 9 feet into the roadway.
Did you inspect the interior of the structure?
I did not.
Okay. Are you aware, would this, if they applied for a permit, would they be eligible for a permit for a structure like this?
No, they would not.
And can you explain to the board, please, why not?
The streets department wouldn't allow a streetery that's attached to the building. All structures have to be freestanding and within the parking lane. You can't cover a footway with a structure. It's a lot of things here that are in violation. The material used, the length of the streetery, the distance from the actual corner, which I believe is Packard Avenue. There's a lot of things wrong with this particular one, and this definitely wouldn't pass the streets guidelines.
And how would they get the property back into compliance?
They would have to remove the structure.
Is there a way they could put a streetery on that block?
I'm not really sure because you have to be 30 feet from a stop sign or intersection to begin with. And you need a 3-foot open air space within it. You definitely can't cover the sidewalk. I'm not sure. The plans will have to be written up and reviewed to answer that question.
Now, the next page is a document that you had provided. Can you tell us what this document is?
That document explains the rules and guidelines that would have to be applied in order to even review a plan in that particular location. These are the things, and some of those things are violations as to what's wrong with the actual structure that's out there right now.
Is there anything in particular the board should focus on this document?
Yeah, actually, if you look at E, there must be a 3-foot wider emergency pathway open to the sky with every restaurant streetery, or 20 feet of streetery length, whichever is smaller. So they have to have a 3-foot open air space.
So when you say open air space, does that mean that they can't have a roof on it like the one that exists today?
That is correct, because there needs to be an access for the fire department to reach that building. And that's why one of those rules were, they came from the fire department and they instructed us to put that into the guidelines.
And the final document within the packet is an ordinance. It is from 2022 Bill 210776, which provides in section 9-215 of the Philadelphia Code for streeteries. I'd ask the board to take judicial notice of the Philadelphia Code provisions. And just for one more question for Mr. Hill, are you familiar with this provision of the code?
Yes, I am. I don't have it memorized, but yes, I am familiar with it.
And does it provide specific blocks or neighborhoods where streeteries could be licensed by the department?
Yes, it does.
Is the block of 1631 Packer Avenue one of those areas?
I'm not sure. I would have to check.
Okay, and would that be in, just for the board, 215 AI?
Boundaries of Delaware River. That's on Bainbridge. Delaware. I believe I don't think so. No, they wouldn't be eligible for one because they're not within that section between the Delaware River and South House line of South Street and the center line of 3rd Street on the South House line of Bainbridge. They don't.
Packer Avenue is well outside those areas described in that section. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. I'm going to ask that Exhibit C1 be admitted at this time.
It is admitted.
And I have nothing further.
Very good. Mr. Patterson, do you have any questions on cross regarding the statements of this witness?
No, I don't, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Johnson, do you have any further witnesses?
I have nothing further. I would reserve Mr. Hill for rebuttal if necessary.
Very good. Mr. Patterson?
Thank you. I'll share my screen, please.
Fine.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, that looks like
Great,
the
thank you.
picture we saw earlier from
Yes,
Google
yeah,
Maps.
yeah, Google's pretty accurate. Yeah, this regards the Palladium restaurant. As you see, it's in South Philadelphia on Packer Avenue. It's a South Philly and Sports District staple. We don't contest it's currently in violation. Here's another picture of it. It's situated at Packer Avenue and Sydenham Street. This is Sydenham Street. It's a dead-end spur. It fronts up against the approach to the Walt Whitman Bridge. I guess it's still part of I-76. When constructed, we think it was in compliance. I'm not saying it was, but we recognize now that it is not in compliance. So we wanted to bring it into compliance, and we've taken steps towards that goal. It's true it's not within the any of the streets that allow the streetery, so therefore the approval would need an ordinance of city council, which also means we would need the support of the district council person, which is also council president, Kenyatta Johnson. Have had discussions with him because I've prepared and submitted a plan of action request to the streets department. One of the requirements is that we provide a letter from the councilman. In order to get that letter, the councilman asked whether we have met with the local civic group, which is the Packer Park Civic Association, which we had, and we have received support approval for it. Council is recessing next week, and so there is no means to get any bill introduced and passed now because they return in September. We are agreeing with council president to have another meeting with the Packer Park Civic just to close all the loops here. We've engaged an architect to develop a plan, which we believe this plan may be compliant, but if this one isn't, is draft, we're gonna file a compliant plan that complies with the streetery regulations. So what we're really asking for is to allow us to continue operating until we were able to secure that ordinance. And with that said, I'd like to promote, I guess he's here, Mr. Cerrone as a witness.
I guess before you proceed, I'm a little, and I probably will need to speak with our board and council. At this point, you're admitting there's a violation, if I heard you correctly, Mr. Patterson. Number two, you're hopeful of getting a city ordinance passed that would permit the eatery to continue to exist at that location. But in the meantime, it's in violation, and either we're going to affirm, our task today is to affirm the violation or to sustain the appeal. Are you
Right.
asking for a continuance while you try to resolve the legality of
Well,
this?
yes, well, thank you. That's what I was getting at. I would respectfully request that. And if the ordinance is approved, then as Mr. Hill testified, we would need to demolish this, and we're aware of this, to demolish and construct an entirely new one. So, yes, we are asking.
I'm going to object. I'm just going to object to that. I mean, by their own admissions, they have to destroy this structure because it wouldn't comply with the regs, even if they get a special
No,
dispensation.
if I could,
Wait a second, gentlemen,
continue my presentation, please. I haven't had my witness testify.
One at a time. Your objection is overruled. Let Mr. Patterson finish his response to my question, and then you're welcome to object again, Mr. Johnson. Okay.
Yes, I still have my witness, Mr. Chair.
Well, before you put on your witness, I'm not
Yeah.
sure whether it's necessary or
Well,
appropriate to hear from.
I
your
think
witness.
it's relevant to the request for the continuance.
I'm going to, if you don't mind, ask for a brief executive session before we proceed with this hearing.
Or I could proffer his testimony.
Well, I understand, but
Yeah.
you've already said, number one, that, and everybody seems to acknowledge that the present structure
clear.
is in violation. Number two, it would have to be demolished. And number three, in order to construct something there, you'll need a city ordinance.
Yeah, we still have obligations to comply with contractual obligations, and that's why it would be a dual purpose of pursuing the ordinance, which council doesn't return until September.
I understand that.
And completing our obligations with the contractual obligations with events at the location.
All right, before you proceed, let me
Okay.
ask that we take a 5-minute, hopefully 5 minutes for an executive session with the board.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I ask one question before we take that 5-minute section?
Sure.
Excuse me, Mr. Patterson, good afternoon.
Hi,
Did
good
you-
afternoon, Mr.
Did
Washington.
you just make the statement that y'all have rented the place out and you got contractual obligations, so therefore it'd be a hardship on the business?
Well, I didn't say all of that, but that's what would come out kind of like that in testimony, right? It would cause an immediate and inherent harm.
But so you didn't make the statement that it's been rented, y'all rented it out, and that's your contract.
Well, I don't know if the term rented out is the appropriate term. It's not rented to a third party. It's reserved for private events that Mr. Cerrone is operating, of course. It's not like a banquet hall where you're renting out to a third party and they bring in their own food and beverages and the likes. But I think you're right on the concept, Mr. Washington.
All right, let us, but before, let us have our executive session, because the question really is whether to proceed at all with respect to a witness or further witnesses based on what we've heard today from the city and from the representations made by Mr. Patterson. We can hear from his witness once we decide we want to proceed.
And the request for continuance, of course. Thank you.
All right, members of the board, let's go to a breakout room. Very good. Mr. Patterson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I have no difficulty. I respect your capabilities, your and abilities and knowledge of the code and regulations regarding the Department of Licenses and Inspections in this kind of matter. But under the circumstances, what we've been presented by the city is a clear violation of the city code, an admission on behalf of your client that the property is in violation, and that you're endeavoring to seek the resolution of the violations. But in the meantime, as described by Mr. Johnson and his witness, the building, or whatever you wish to call it, eatery, is a clear violation of the code, and especially of the fire code, and represents a present danger that we have to be concerned with. That's a residential neighborhood. Packer Avenue is a busy street, but in and around where this restaurant is located are a number of private homes. Under the circumstances, I'm going to deny your request for a continuance, and I'm going to ask the board to vote on the violation, whether or not the appeal should be affirmed, or the city should be affirmed, or the appeal sustained. Is that, I'm not sure it's acceptable, but I trust you'll understand, Mr. Patterson.
No comment.
Okay, very good. Continuance request denied. I'll ask the board to vote on the appeal. I don't think it's necessary for your witness to testify based on the information you've presented on behalf of your client. My vote is city affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Very good. The vote is
Thank you.
unanimous. The appeal has been, the city has affirmed, the board has affirmed the city on the appeal. I believe you know your appeal rights, Mr. Patterson, if you chose to appeal to the Court of Common
Great.
Pleas.
Yes, I do. Thank you. Yes, we will pursue. Thank you for your
Very
time.
good.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Wade.
Just give me one moment. Mr. Thompson and Mr. Johnson, I gave you room for. We're skipping matters 8, 9, and 10. That brings us to matter number 21, hearing appeal ending 5119, 4842 North Camac Street, Ralph Goldsboro.
Ms. Reinhardt, is this your case?
It is, thank you. We have a joint request for a continuance. The parties had an opportunity to discuss this case in the breakout room and realized that we would benefit from an additional reinspection. However, the property is owned by a third party, so we are requesting jointly a 60-day continuance in order to obtain access, in order to likely resolve the case.
Very good. And I assume somehow the actual owner is going to become involved in the resolution of this matter?
I can't speak to that at this moment, but we do believe that they are likely to give access to just,
Permit the inspection to take place?
yes.
Very
Yeah.
good. All right, so case number, did we just say Goldsboro, right?
Yes,
Case number 21 will mark as continued.
Thank you.
You said 30 or 60 days?
It was a 60-day request just to make
60
sure we
days.
can get in.
Very good. We'll mark the case continued.
Thank you.
Matters 26 and 27 are in a breakout room.
Okay.
We will recall matters, the Water Department matter 28, hearing appeal ending 4969, 334 Leverington Avenue, Nicholas Bertino.
Ms. Nezich.
Thank you. I was able to speak with the petitioner in the breakout room, and she was amenable to the city's request for a continuance. She wanted a reinspection of the property, and we are able to organize that if we could have a 60-day continuance. She had no objection to the request.
This is case number 28, 334 Leverington Avenue. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Case HA 2023-004969 will grant a continuance.
Thank you.
The next case, Mr. Wade.
Case number 29, hearing appeal ending 5057, 6607 Sylvester Street, Winnie Wong.
Ms. Nesich.
For this matter, board members, I was placed in a breakout room with the petitioner, but she seemed to have technical difficulties. I couldn't see her or hear her. She was on mute. And when we exited the breakout room, she was no longer there. If she's here now, perhaps we can hear from her, but I don't see her on the list.
I see her by way of phone.
Oh, good.
Phone call.
Yes. I see a phone with the name Willie Wong. Ms. Wong, can you hear us? If you hear us, could you unmute your phone, please? Mr. Wade, can you?
I'm sending her
Star 6. You have to press star 6 to unmute the phone, Miss Wong.
Ms. Wong, did you hear press star 6 on your phone? Is that correct? Is
Oh,
that what
yes. Yes. Yes, can you hear me?
we can hear you. Do you have video on your phone?
No.
Ms. Wong, the city attorney would like to discuss your appeal. You just went mute again. And we're hearing an echo as well. Ms.
Okay, can you
Nesich,
hear me
would you
now?
like to go to a breakout room with Ms. Wong?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Will
Can
she
you hear
be,
me?
Mr. Wade, will she be able to do that without a video?
Yes. Nikki, please go in with them.
Thank you.
Okay.
You'll get some instructions, Ms. Wong. All right, so we're holding off on case 29. Mr. Wade,
Yep. Just let me,
you able to proceed with the next case?
yes, I can. Hold this. Let me,
I think.
okay. That would, at this time, the only matters left to be that could be heard at this time are matters 30, 31, and 32. Case number 30, hearing appeal ending 0034, 1800 East Moymentsing Avenue, Vernon Lucas.
Very good.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jeffrey Cohen for the city of Philadelphia.
I see Mr. Vance. Are you counsel in this matter?
Yes, good afternoon. Robert Vance representing Vernon Lucas and Sundog.
Very good.
For the record, the other matters that are also the same appellant and same attorney are numbers 31 and 32. HA 2024-000-600 and 601.
Are you going to present them separately or as one case?
It was my intention to deal with all three at the same time, unless Mr. Vance has an objection.
No, I don't have an objection to that.
I think it would make the most sense.
Right.
Before we proceed, just let me, for the benefit of the board and counsel, Mr. Cohen, Mr. Vance and I have known each other as colleagues, neighbors, and whatever else for somewhere between 20 and 30 years. I have had no discussions with him regarding this matter. I don't know his client, but I just wanted to share with you that we have a long-standing relationship with each other as friends and colleagues. And I hope you have if you have an objection, then I have to recuse myself.
Thank you, Mr. Pincus, for your candor. I have no objection. This is a very small, big city. So I understand if people have bumped into or know one another.
Fine, very good. Then we'll proceed.
There are actually two housekeeping matters the city wishes to address before opening statements.
Sure.
The first is the appellant's exhibits were provided to the city at 11:33 this morning, which is less than an hour before the start time of this hearing. I have only had an opportunity to skim the exhibits so far, so the city does object to the use of these exhibits because of the the surprise and lack of opportunity to review them, except that some of the exhibits I noticed appeared to be in or incorporated into some of the appeals. The city does not object to anything being used that was given to the city previously. The city would just ask the appellant to show when it's going to use one of its exhibits that it was previously provided to the city first.
Well, I guess the question is, if Mr. Vance believes that these exhibits are important for the presentation of his client's appeal, and you have objected, and you have a reason, it appears you have a reasonable objection, whether you need to be afforded the opportunity to review these exhibits before we proceed with the hearing.
Yeah.
Or if Mr. Vance can proceed with those exhibits that were previously submitted as part of the client's appeal.
Well, first, most of the exhibits that were submitted are actually L&I documents anyway. The notices of appeal and for example, the electrical quality assurance survey, which is a L&I document, which I believe were already part of the record.
Well, I guess the question is, if as you present your client's case, and if Mr. Mr. Cohen, I'm sorry, objects to a particular exhibit, that we will sustain his objection and not consider that document. Are you willing to allow that to happen?
I think we can. Oh, sorry. I thought you were asking me. I was about to say, I think we can deal with this on an exhibit by exhibit basis as the hearing proceeds, if that's
correct. Yeah, I would.
All right. Very good.
Okay.
All right.
And then the second preliminary matter, the license violation notice for 1800 East Moya Mensing, which is LVN CF 2024. Oh, sorry, LVN CF 2023 119136. That LVN states a fine of $1,000. That is incorrect based on Philadelphia Code Section 9105. So I actually was going to point out to the board that has already been corrected in L&I system. The fine in the violation case has been reduced. That's actually in the city's exhibits packet as well. I just wanted to call that to the board's attention before we proceed.
The fine is less than $1,000?
Or the fine that was stated in the license violation notice says $1,000. L&I has already corrected that in our system to 300, which is the max allowed under Section 9-105.
All right, and I assume Mr. Vance would not have an objection to the fine being a reduced amount.
No objection whatsoever.
All right, very good.
Should we proceed with opening statements?
Yes, please do, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, members of the board. So these three properties were inspected by Mr. Vernon Lucas. Mr. Vernon Lucas has both an electrical agency license, an inspection agency license, and an electrical inspector's license. But the work that was done at these three sites was not code compliant, was not compliant with the National Electrical Code, which is adopted through the Pennsylvania Uniform Construction Code, which is incorporated into the Philadelphia Code. So the issue here is that there were stamps of approval, there were final certifications issued by Mr. Lucas for work that is potentially dangerous, that is non-compliant. And I'll have the city's inspector go through the photographic evidence and the documentary evidence, specifically permit documents and final certification documents, and in this case, license violation notices and blur appeals, to establish a timeline that from site to site to site, Mr. Lucas has approved work that is not compliant with the code and could potentially pose a risk to the occupants of those structures. The city will, before I begin, the city will present testimony from Inspector Parisi, but I would like to remind the board the burden of proof in this case. As the board is familiar with the presumption of official propriety, Inspector Parisi and the city as a whole are presumed to have done their jobs correctly, presumed that when we have made a determination that something is in violation, that it is likely in violation, and the burden is then put on the appellant to provide proof that the city committed an error, that the city made a mistake. So what we're asking for today is for the board to recognize the city will be putting forward its own proofs and photographs and documentary evidence, but that the burden of proof belongs on the appellant to show that the city got it wrong. Thank you, members of the board.
Very good. Appreciate your argument. Would you please call your witness?
I think Mr. Vance, if Mr. Vance would like to make an opening statement, we should do so.
Yes, I would. Needless to say, my client takes a position that none of the violations are correct, that his inspections and the stamps of approval that he put on his work was warranted by the nature of the work and the codes. And furthermore, to pick up on the city's attorney's suggestion that the city's entitled to a presumption of propriety with respect to its actions when it comes to inspections. In this case, that presumption does not exist because all of these inspections, these alleged violations, are the result of a racially motivated actions taken by the city's inspectors over the course of years against Mr.
I
against
would
Mr.
not normally
Lucas
do
and
this.
his
I have to
company.
object, and I know it's odd to do so during opening arguments. Racial animus does not change what is in a photograph or a document. So I would object that this is extremely prejudicial, much more so than it is probative. So therefore, it is not relevant to these proceedings.
I hear you.
Well, I mean,
Your-
that's your opinion.
Wait a moment. Your objection is overruled, but Mr. Vance, these are hearings with respect to violations and the conduct. If you want to raise other issues that are of a different nature, you have that right on appeal. But at this particular time, this is a hearing on whether or not the city code was complied or not complied, and we'll proceed, I believe, based on the factual information that's being presented. If you have factual information that supports your allegations, your presumptions, you can throw that in as part of your evidentiary presentation. But
Yes, and let me just comment that there is an element of discretion in inspections and in determining whether or not a particular item of work is compliant or not. So the notion or the fact that these inspections and these alleged violations are motivated by racial animus on the part of the city inspector is relevant, in my view, to
well, you've made your
what is before the board today. So you can choose to ignore it or accept it or give it whatever weight you want, but I think it is relevant. And so
well,
that's the end of my
your
statement.
statement has been made. Is there any further opening remark you'd like to make?
No further open.
Very good. Mr. Cohen, would you present your witness?
Of course, the city calls Inspector Robert Parisi. And if we could please put him under oath.
Mr. Parisi, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good. You're in a vehicle, but it looks like you're parked. Is that correct?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Very good. Please
Well, actually,
proceed, Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, the Acting Chairman Pincus. Actually, Inspector Parisi is the reason why you're in a vehicle, because you are on duty at the moment.
Yes.
And then I will try and keep this as brief as possible. Sorry.
That's all right.
If it pleases the board, I'd like to share the city's exhibits on my screen.
Please.
Inspector Parisi, can you see the table of contents that I'm currently showing on my screen?
I can.
All right, let's proceed to Exhibit A1 in the packet. What is this document that I have on screen?
That is the electrical inspector license for the agency license for Vernon Lucas's agency.
And what's the
Mr.
difference
Chair,
between?
Could you zoom in on that a little bit for me, please?
Is that better?
Yes, thank you.
So, and what is the difference between an electrical inspection agency and electrical inspector?
Well, one is the agency that is licensed by the city to perform electrical inspections in the city. And an electrical inspector's license allows that inspector to work for the agency to perform the electrical inspections.
And just for the sake of this record, the license number for the inspection agency is 050577.
Correct.
For Mr. Lucas?
Say again?
For Mr. Lucas?
Yes.
And scrolling down to the second page in this exhibit, is Mr. Lucas also listed as the electrical inspector for this agency?
Yes, he is.
And that's with license number 39115. Is that correct? All right,
Correct.
and I'm going to scroll down now to exhibit A2 in the packet. What is this document that I'm showing?
That is his actual electrical inspector's license.
Okay, and it's the same 39115 number?
Yes.
When was this one, or I should say this one, when was the most recent copy of this license issued?
It looks like it was issued last June 7th as of 2023.
So just for the sake of our record, all of the final certifications and inspections that were performed in this case happened after the issuance of this license on June 7th of 2023. Is that correct?
I believe so.
And
Mr.
you
Cohen,
also
could you go back, excuse me, Mr. Cohen, could you go back
Yes.
to the agency document with the license number, please? The agency.
Oh, sorry. This is the agency license.
Okay, I see it there, 050577. Thank you.
And just to state for the record, under limits and conditions is one of the requirements of being an electrical inspector, that an electrical inspector shall not approve electrical work that is not in compliance with the Philadelphia Code.
That's correct.
And do you understand? Well, let me ask it this way. What electrical code is incorporated into the Philadelphia Code?
Philadelphia is currently under the National Electrical Code 2017.
That's NEC 2017?
NEC 2017, correct.
Was NEC 2017 incorporated into the Pennsylvania Uniform Construction Code?
Yes.
And, well, actually, I will just scroll down if the board will permit me for a second. Okay. Just to call to the board's attention, this is the adoption of the Uniform Construction Code under the PA code. The department, in this case, the Department of Labor and Industry, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Department, adopts and incorporates as the Uniform Construction Code chapters 2 through 10, 12 through 29, and 31 through 35 of the International Building Code of 2018. Inspector Parisi, is it your understanding that chapter 27 of the IBC 2018 is the National Electric Code 2017?
Correct.
Okay. So what does an electrical inspector actually do?
What they actually do is electrical contractor will pull a permit. If it's for new construction, renovation, remodel, the walls are open. He must go inspect and do a rough wire inspection prior to the walls being closed up. And then once that is approved, then the building inspector will allow it to be insulated sheetrock. Then all the final devices get put in. Everything gets 100% completed. And then the contractor must call his electrical inspector back to do the final inspection.
What happens, or let me phrase it this way, what does the electrical inspector do at the final inspection?
He's supposed to go through and make sure we have the proper tamper-resistant receptacles, that the outlets that are required, kitchen, bathrooms that are required to be ground fault protected or properly ground fault protected.
Well,
Everything
more
else-
generally, sorry to interrupt, more generally, does the electrical inspector check that everything that he can still see is NEC 2017 compliant at that inspection?
Yes.
And then what does L&I do after that?
Unless I get selected by my boss to go do an audit, he submits his certification in the Eclipse system, and the electrical permit at that point is closed out.
How does L&I select a particular site for an audit?
How do they? Based on the number of inspections every agency does, they pick a percentage of, and my supervisor, Paralac, he selects that. He'll go through that list and see who's due what month or few months and put it on my to-do list. And I go out with the building inspector on site, and the building inspector goes through his final, I go through my inspection, and that's pretty much the procedure.
So when you said Paralac, do you mean Ken Paralac or Kenneth
Ken
Paralac?
Paralac, yes.
And when you say you go out with the final inspector or for the final inspection, is that the final inspection under the building permit?
Yes.
So at that point that you're going out to do sort of an audit of a site that has been finally inspected by the third-party electrical inspector,
right,
is everything else, all the mechanical, all the plumbing, all the renovations, is all that supposed to be completed?
It's supposed to be 100% completed as the building inspector is going there to do his final.
And by the point that the electrical inspector, the third-party electrical inspector, does their final inspection, is everything plumbing, mechanical, renovations, all of that supposed to also be completed?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Well, let me just scroll up just a second. Sorry, just to point out to the board, this is the Philadelphia Code section 9-1304 dealing with inspection agencies and the requirements under a licensed inspection agency. Here we have subs I and J, that each electrical inspection agency shall keep records of its inspectors and business handled within the city available for inspection, and that the agency shall keep a permanent record of all activities relating to its construction code enforcement as required by the Pennsylvania Uniform Construction Code. Inspector, do you take this to mean that the inspection agency is responsible for keeping records of the electrical inspections performed by its inspectors?
Yes.
And scrolling down now to Pennsylvania Code 403.85, a building code official shall keep records of all applications received, permits issued, reviewed building plans and specifications, certificates issued, fees collected, reports of inspections for all commercial buildings under the UCC, and a building code official shall retain these records for as long as the related building, structure, or equipment remains in existence. Inspector, do you take this to mean that these types of records are what you expect to see an electrical agency keep from its inspectors?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, before I continue on to the first site, 2409 South Reese Street, Inspector, what types of documentation do you think that it's prudent for an inspector or an inspection agency to keep?
I would say keep a copy of your permits, your inspection reports, your deficiency reports. If you go out on a rough wire inspection, if you have deficiencies, you should write that report and maintain that. Final inspection should also, if any deficiencies are found on the final, they should also be recorded and kept.
How would an inspector record a deficiency?
He could either do it right-hand notes, enter it onto his computer and keep it, or he can take photographs.
Thank you. With that, I would like to move to 2409 South Reese Street, starting on page 36 in the
Excuse me.
packet.
If I
Sorry.
may interrupt, I have a
Yes.
question to Inspector Parisi. I just want to verify you testified that the audit is picked by your supervisor based on the number of inspections. Did you say, sir?
Yes. It's based
Okay.
on the percentage of how some agencies do more than others. Like a certain agency in the city, they get audited a few times a month. The inspection agencies just don't have as many inspections. They may only get audited every few months.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Actually, thank you, board member. That leads me to another important question I need to ask. Inspector Parisi, how many electrical inspectors does L&I employ?
We currently have only one, and that would be me.
Thank you. I apologize, members of the board. I am a little under the weather. So jumping to page 36 in the packet. Inspector, what is this document that I have on screen?
This is an electrical permit. It was issued August 12th of 2021.
For what property?
The property is 2409 South Reed Street.
And who is the general, or I shouldn't say general, I should say electrical contractor whose name is on this permit?
It's Michael Bynum.
And scrolling down in this exhibit B1 to page 38 in the packet, who is the inspection agency listed under this permit?
Vernon Lucas Sundog.
Thank you. And now we'll scroll down to page 39 in the packet. This is exhibit B2. What is this document that we're looking at?
That is the final inspection certificate report that the agency would upload into the Eclipse system.
So for this, let me ask, is this specific final certification for the same electrical permit for South Reed Street that we just saw?
Yes.
And does it say all work is inspected and approved in accordance with the applicable electrical code?
Yes, it does.
And when was this declaration signed?
July 7th or July 3rd of 2023.
And was South Reed Street chosen by L&I for an audit?
It was chosen by my supervisor, yes.
When did you perform that?
I don't recall.
One moment. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What is this document?
That is my violation notice.
What's the date on this violation notice?
The date of the notice was July 14th of 2023.
And does it say when the investigation or inspection occurred for that particular audit?
I don't see it all. I believe it would be that same date. 13th.
Is
okay.
it?
Yeah, I did it the day before. Yeah.
Now, was the inspection on the 13th, or was that when the data was entered from the inspection? Or if you recall.
Typically, I do the inspection and I do my input typically the same day, depending on how busy I am. If not, I'll do it the next day.
Okay, so that was 10 days after the July 3rd final certification, right?
Yes.
Sorry, scrolling back up. What are these photographs that are exhibit B3 in the packet?
This is the actual address of the property that I was sent to audit.
And did you take these photographs?
Yes, I did.
Are they accurate as of your inspection in mid-July of 2023?
I believe so. I haven't been there since, but yeah.
Well, is that your reflection in the window there?
Oh, yeah, that's my reflection. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so let me scroll down here to this box. What is this box that we see in this photo on page 42?
This is a weatherproof receptacle box that's required on the front wall of the property.
And I'm scrolling down to page 43. Is that the same box?
Yes, it is.
What, if anything, can you tell me about this photograph?
If you look at the brick wall, you'll see a hole drilled through the wall. You'll see a white, what we call Romex or NM cable that is interior wiring. You can see the black conductor is exposed. The box should be mounted, should have a connector in the back of that box for that Romex to go into, and it should be mounted securely over that hole.
So we shouldn't be able to see the hole.
No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't be able to see the black wire exposed either, because that is a current carrying conductor when someone has something plugged into it.
Thank you. I was going to ask that next. Is the black wire over there carrying a live current?
It's rated at 14 amps and it only takes 5 milliamperes to kill somebody.
Is this a potential risk?
Yes.
Is this NEC compliant?
No.
Thank you. Moving down to page 44, what do we see in this photograph?
We have a brand new 200 amp panel with ductwork that is clearly in the workspace clearance. It doesn't comply with the workspace clearance requirements of Article 126 of Article 110.26. We have to
how
have
much? Oh,
go ahead.
sorry. Go ahead. I was going to ask exactly what you were about to say. How much workspace clearance is
workspace
needed?
clearance requires 30 inches either side, 36 inches in front of, and that clearly is in, and 6 feet above or to the structural ceiling, whichever is lower. And that is clearly in the electrician's workspace area if he's got to work in that panel.
And I believe you said previously, by the time that the final inspection by the third-party inspector happens, all the duct work and whatnot should be completed.
Yes.
So, well, is this duct work next to this panel a potential risk?
The electrician's working in there and it's at his head height. And it's metal duct work. I mean, there's a potential for him to get shocked if, you know, if there was an arc flash, he's going to smack his head on it trying to get away from it.
Is this NEC compliant?
No.
Thank you. Let's move on to the next photograph, page 45. What do we see in this photograph?
This is the main bonding screw in the panel. As you can see, it's not been threaded into the panel and make contact with the enclosure.
Well, specifically, are you talking about this green screw?
The green
that's in the center
screw.
of the photo?
Yes. That
sorry,
has
continue.
Well,
sorry, please continue.
that screw has to be totally threaded in and torqued to bond that system, the white tape neutral conductor. It must be driven all the way in to a certain torque to engage the enclosure so that all of the grounding equipment grounds are bonded to that system or Pico's neutral going back to the transformer.
I mean, why does it have to be screwed in tight?
If there's a short circuit in one of the branch circuits and that's not bonded, it's not going to connect directly and go back to where it's supposed to go. And it can create a hazard and end up having neutral current flowing through that can.
What exactly does
metal
that
enclosure.
mean? Where would the current go?
It's going to try and go back on the system neutral, utility neutral. But if that's not bonded to the can and there's a short circuit to that metal enclosure, that short circuit cannot get to that neutral to leave the building and go back to Pico's transformer.
Is there a risk associated with that?
Yes.
What would that be?
Well, you could end up with a high impedance ground fault, which is a high, as the word implies, impedes flow of current, which can generate excessive heat. I've seen situations where these are actually glowing cherry red.
I apologize. I am very much a layperson when it comes to electrical engineering. If there is a high impedance ground fault and we have a glowing piece of metal, clearly a hot piece of metal, is that potentially a fire hazard?
Yeah, absolutely it is.
And is this NEC compliant?
No.
Thank you. Going down to page 46 in this packet, what do we see in this photograph?
You see the main service SE cable coming into the top of that connector. However, the concentric knockout is partially broken out. That must be completely intact with the rest of the enclosure.
By concentric knockout, do you mean there's sort of this part, it kind of looks like a face and it has lips? Do you mean the part
Yes.
directly below the lips?
Yes, if you go down a little bit further with your cursor, right there. Yeah, that's
So
been
like-
bent out of the enclosure, correct?
So let's call that the chin because it's still using the face analogy. So should we be
Okay.
able to see a gap between the
No.
chin and the rest of the panel?
No.
Is there a risk associated with that?
Again, it's part of the bonding of the enclosure. And again, if it's not bonded properly and that service conductor gets nicked, comes in contact with that metal enclosure, again, with that piece being not connected properly in place, again, it's going to cause a high resistive, high impedance ground fault, and it's going to restrict how the current gets out of that building.
And when you say high impedance ground fault, and you believe you said earlier metal glowing cherry red, is that
Yes.
a fire hazard?
It could, yes, absolutely.
Just to scroll up a little bit to this photo right here.
Yep.
So
you can see it. You
is
can actually see it there.
I was about to say, is this part of the face that we were looking at earlier?
Yes.
It's sort of wedged between, we see these wooden pieces of framing
Yes.
around it, and then the this HVAC piping right in front of it.
Yes.
Thank you. Is this NEC compliant?
No.
Thank you. Moving on to page 47 in the packet, what, if anything, do we see in this photo?
Well, again, we have a workspace issue because if the electrician or the HVAC guy needs to get in and work on this unit, it's blocked by, I believe that's a condensation pipe, and where the gas pipe is right in front of that switch. So in order to get into that box to change the switch or make any repairs, it's nearly impossible.
Well, when you say condensation pipe, are you talking about the white PVC pipe in the
Yeah,
foreground?
that's for the air conditioning condensation drain.
And the yellow pipe that's closer,
That's
sort of
gas
closer to
pipe.
the electrical switch, that's gas?
Yep, right in front of it.
So is this NEC compliant?
No.
Is there a particular risk associated with it?
Well, again, if an electrician's got to get in there to work on that, replace that switch, they're supposed to turn off the circuit breaker so it's not energized. However, a lot of guys insist on working hot. And if he's trying to get in there and take that plate off and pull that switch out, and he has a problem getting it in or out, and the switch terminals actually touch that box, there's going to be an arc flash incident, short circuit.
An arc flash right next to the yellow gas
Gas
piping.
pipe, yeah.
Thank you. Oh, and before I move on from this, when the final certification would have been, or final inspection for the final certification would have been done, would all of this electrical panel and all these piping been installed and available for the inspector to see?
That's why we call it a final inspection, yes.
Thank you. Now to page 48 in the packet. What, if anything, do we see in this photo?
Excuse me, Mr. Cohen.
Yes.
What exhibit was that last photo? What exhibit number was that?
Oh, sorry. This is all exhibit number B3. I'm just going page by page.
Thank you.
So Inspector, we're now on page 48. We're still at 2409 South Reese Street. What, if anything, do you see in this photo?
The receptacle you see behind that water closet is the dryer receptacle, 240 volt, 30 amp. There's no cover on it. And again, it's being blocked by that little water closet, whatever they call it. I'm not a plumber, so.
Well, would that make it difficult to put a cover on the dryer receptacle?
It may or may not. I see a gap in there. You probably could have got one on there.
Okay. But there's a receptacle to the right of it that appears to have a cover on it.
Yes, that's for that. for the washer.
What are the voltages of the receptacle to the right?
That's 120 volt.
So it's half the voltage?
It's half the voltage, yes.
Is there a particular risk with leaving a 240 volt panel open like this?
Absolutely there is. I had to go investigate a guy getting killed because he was working around an area with a sort of damp rag, and the rag slipped into an opening like that, hit the hot conductor, and it killed him on the spot.
Is that NEC compliant?
No.
Thank you. Going down to page 49 in this packet, what is this that we see here?
It's a 2-gang box with a single device in it. It's a switch. It handles, it does different lighting applications. And there should be a cover on that. They do make a cover that has the Decora opening and a blank that could have fit on that perfectly and covered that opening.
So we shouldn't be able to see the wires behind it?
No, you should not.
And the black wire that we see back there, is that also the live wire?
That's the live wire, yes. That's the current carrying conductor.
Just for the sake of the record, the unshielded wire that you see there, is that the neutral?
No, that's the bare equipment ground.
Sorry.
That is called.
Does that carry a live load?
Oh, that is only there in the event of a short circuit.
Okay.
It is there to carry that fault current back to the panel, out on the neutral, and get it out of the building.
Okay. Is there a potential risk associated with leaving this uncovered the way it is?
Yeah, I mean, if little kids, I don't know who's living there, who's going to live there. If some little kid or somebody sticks their hand in there, there's a potential risk.
And is this NEC compliant?
No.
Thank you. And finally, on page 50, what is this stamp that we see?
That is the final inspection from Sundog Energy.
And is this stamp on the electrical panel box in the basement?
Yes.
What's the date on this stamp?
July 3rd, 23.
And does it say that it is for the final inspection?
Yes, it does.
And Sundog Energy, do you understand, or do you know who is the inspector who did the inspection for Sundog Energy?
Vernon Lucas.
Thank you.
I don't know these other two numbers. Oh, they must be separate.
Sorry, there's a Mr. White who, oh, okay, he just muted himself. Thank you. Just to point out for the board, this licensing violation notice that is dated July 14th was actually the subject of a separate Blur appeal. As a result of that appeal, because there were issues with the way this notice was created, this notice was rescinded. I just wanted to make sure to bring it to the board's attention because I don't want there to be any confusion. The appeal that is at issue for 2409 South 3 Street today deals with the second reissued LVN that I'm about to show in a minute. So Inspector, what is this document that I have on screen that's been pre-marked B5?
This is the reissued violation notice with the correct fine on it.
What date was this issued?
It was issued February 9th of 2024.
I probably should have said already, but for the record, any highlighting that is in these documents is not in the originals. It's been added for emphasis by the city.
It's all the same. It's all the same language.
So who is the responsible party on this notice?
Vernon Lucas.
And are the items that are listed in this description of violation the items that we just saw in the photographs that we reviewed?
Yes.
I'm just pointing out to the board, yes, the reissuance of case file CF 2023-065003, that matches the previous document we just had on screen, Exhibit B4. Just to note also for the board, the city has included the Blur Appeal CF 2024, sorry, wrong one. Blur Appeal HA 2024-000601 filed by Mr. Lucas for well, for the board's record, I don't intend to go through it here. That said, this stamp is somewhat illegible. So I'm just going to jump briefly to page 65 in the packet. Inspector, what is this document that I have on screen? And if you need, I can zoom
That
in.
looks, yeah, that looks like the appeal violation.
And
Mr. Cohen, you'll have to make that larger, please.
Yeah, that's the board violation appeal.
Specifically for this license violation notice for 2409 South Reese.
Correct.
And what's the date that the file or the appeal filing was accepted?
It looks like date. I'm not familiar with this particular form, so bear with me.
Oh, well, what is the date that is highlighted here under the outcome accepted?
Accepted. Okay, it looks like it was February 14th at 24.
Thank you. Just to establish for the board the timeline, because I know the stamp that's on the actual appeal form is not really legible. Inspector, all the documents that I showed you, the LNI Eclipse documents, the license violation notices, the permits and final certifications and licenses, are those documents that LNI keeps in the ordinary course of its business?
Yes.
And are those documents that the information that goes into those documents, is that entered by someone at LNI who is performing their duties to enter that data into the system?
Yes.
Thank you. And now let's move on to 1800 East Moyamensing Ave. What is this document that I have on screen? It's been pre-marked as Exhibit C1.
This is a notice of another electrical permit.
For 1800 East Moyamensing?
1800 East Moyamensing, correct.
Who's the contractor on this permit?
Looks like TJT Electrical and Plumbing.
And scrolling down to page 68, who is or what electrical inspection agency is assigned?
Vernon Lucas Sundog Energy.
And on page 69, this is Exhibit C2 in the packet. What is this document?
That is his final electrical inspection certification that he would upload into Eclipse when he was done.
And this is for the permit that we just saw ending 13320?
Correct.
And it states here, all work inspected and approved in accordance with approved electrical plans.
That's what it said. Yep.
And what's the date of this certification?
November 9, 23.
Actually, before we get into your photographs, what document do I have on screen? I'll make it bigger. I know that these.
Looks like you have the application for the electrical permit.
So this is from LNI's records for
Yes.
permit ending 13320?
Yes.
So down here under other occupancy description, it says residential combo.
Correct.
What does that mean?
It's in combination with the building permit associated with that address.
Are electrical plans usually uploaded with a permit that's in combination with a building permit?
Single family dwellings, which this is, do not require plans.
And scrolling down here, oh, sorry, go ahead.
There would be no plans associated with this permit application, not required.
And scrolling down here to page 72, still in the same exhibit. Is this the application documents that were submitted for electrical permit ending 13320?
Yes.
Were there any electrical plans submitted?
No.
This document that we see that's highlighted, that's a change of ownership?
Looks like
correct?
a change of ownership verification, yes.
And just for the sake of the board, the city has included, starting on page 73, a copy of that change of ownership. I don't intend to go through the entire thing, just in case the board or the appellant would like a copy. It's included. With that, I'm going to jump to page 84. Are these photographs from 1800 East Moyamensing Ave.
Yes, it is.
Are they your photographs?
Yes, they are.
When did you take these photographs?
November 20th of 23.
Within, I think, 12 days after the November 9th final cert. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that also your reflection seen in the front
Yes, it
window?
is. Yes, it is.
Moving down to page 85, what, if anything, can you tell me about this photo?
You're looking at the meter socket up above with the service conduit going into the building, and mounted right next to it, just on the right-hand side of it, is what we call an inter-system bonding termination device.
Is that this little gray box?
Yes, that little gray device right there. That is an inter-system termination bonding device. It is required to have a minimum number 6 copper wire go from that device to the main electrical panel. And it is there strictly for Verizon, Comcast, any other low voltage systems that require bonding to the electrical system. That is where they would make their connections to.
I'm sorry. Why would they need to be bonded to the main system?
Again, for low voltage equipment, for voltage surges, lightning, you want to get that lightning or that overcurrent away from that system and give it a path to get back to the main panel, to hit that utility neutral and leave the building and go back to the transformer, which is where it actually wants to go.
So is there a risk associated if, say, so like you said, there's an overcurrent or lightning strike or something in like the phone wiring, and it doesn't have, it's not connected here, so it can't go through that device?
I mean, it's, in this situation, it's really not, it's minimal, because again, it's really not related to the electrical system per se, but the code requires that we provide that for the other utilities, again, Verizon, Comcast, whomever, to bond their equipment to our electrical grounding system to protect their equipment.
Okay, thank you. And I guess you've already answered this, but is this NEC compliant?
No.
Page 86 in the packet, what are we looking at here?
If you look where it says basement LIV, you'll see a you'll see a breaker in there with a green little strip that says test. That's a test button. That's an arc fault breaker, which is required. Now, if you see the heater downstairs, that's required to be arc fault protected because it is in a closet. If it was a freestanding heater in a basement, it would not be required to be arc faulted, but the code clearly states in Article 210.12 under arc fault, the word closet. So anything in a closet must be arc fault protected.
What is an arc fault?
An arc fault is a device that senses an arc due to maybe a loose connection on a receptacle. And it creates that loose connection may create a little arcing or sparking, which if there's dust balls that build up in those boxes, that can create a fire. The arc fault will sense that and immediately trip.
So without that, there wouldn't necessarily be a trip when there's that type of
Correct.
arcing in a closet where you said the heater was located.
Yeah, correct.
And scrolling down to page 87, do we see sort of a similar issue here with the heater, or what's been labeled heat up?
That's heat up is on the second floor.
So it's another heater in another closet?
Yes.
And is there an arc fault protector on?
No, there is
this
not.
heater? Are those NEC compliant?
No, they're not.
Thank you. Looking at page 88 in the packet, what do we see here?
Again, you see the heater switch, the emergency shut off for the heater. You got a gas pipe in front of it, and typically you are required to have 3 feet of space in front of that, and which we don't have.
Is that NEC compliant?
No.
But is that really a risk?
Again, it makes it difficult for an electrician or an HVAC guy to get in there and work on it if he has to. Potential risk.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, please. Inspector Parisi, that 3 feet requirement, is that 3 feet from the wall or from the duct system that is there, or from both?
That switch requires 3 feet in front of it. Period.
Thank you.
And scrolling down now to page 89 in the packet, what do we see here?
At the front door.
You see the condenser unit, that's with the screen on top. Then you see
In
two
the bottom right corner, the condenser
Yes,
unit?
bottom right corner. You see the 2 disconnect switches? They are the disconnect switches for the condensers. And as you can see, you can't even open the cover up on that one. So again, these require 3 feet of workspace clearance in front of them. And it's obviously you don't have 3 inches.
Well, but okay, so let's take a look at this condenser panel that's on the left here, that you can't get the panel off to get at the switch. Wouldn't you need to get at the panel to get to that switch to be able to turn off the power, to be able to work on the
Yeah,
condenser?
actually, yeah, you would have to open that cover because there's what we call a pull-out device in there that disconnects power from the line side to the load side to the condenser. You can't even open the door to get to that.
How do you
would-
even,
you
because you have to
go-
move, wouldn't you have to move the condenser to be able to get at the pull-out switch, but you can't pull out the switch because the condenser's in the way?
Correct. Something's got to move.
So isn't this kind of an obvious issue?
Yes.
Is this NEC compliant?
No.
Thank you. And actually, before we get to this, I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I would like to share on my screen a video that's been pre-labeled Exhibit C6, and it's been available on Dropbox for any. The Dropbox link is actually in the city's exhibits packet. If you'll bear with me, I'm just going to find the video. Inspector, did you take this video?
I did.
It's 9 seconds, so I'm just going to play the video through. So in that video, when you're talking about the cold water clamp, what piece of this is the cold water clamp?
The silver object you see around the copper pipe, that is the actual cold water clamp.
And not tight, you mean it's not supposed to jiggle like it was jiggling?
No, it's supposed to be tight.
Sorry. Why is it supposed to be tight?
Well, again, because if you have a ground fault or if you have a short circuit, it wants to leave the building on that cold water pipe, which we call the actual grounding electrode. And the copper conductor is the grounding electrode conductor. So that connection is loose. So again, if you've got an overcurrent trying to get out on that copper pipe to get out of the building, with that connection being so loose, again, you're going to get a high resistive or a high impedance fault here. And the current it's going to choke it right there. It's going to create a lot of heat. And again, I've seen them glow cherry red.
I was going to ask if there's a high impedance fault.
Yeah.
And it potentially could become incredibly heated. Is that a potential fire hazard?
Yep, absolutely.
I have a question.
Oh, sorry. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. Go ahead.
No, board member, please.
Inspector Parisi, was this video taken the 10 or 12 days you mentioned after the documents were submitted and you went out for inspection?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I guess it would be safe to say that 12 days is time enough for the screw to unloosen, possibly.
Say
or
again?
Is that a time frame for that screw to come loose on its own, or if it's sealed in there tight, it remains safe for a long period of time?
No, they're not. Typically, I've gone back on old jobs that they're as tight as the day they were installed.
Thank you.
For it to get that loose, it was never tightened properly.
I was actually
Thank you,
about to
sir.
say, I'm gonna play the video again, and Inspector, if you can take a close note of just the distance that the wiggling is traveling.
Yeah, it's extremely loose.
Thank you. And is this NEC compliant?
Not at all.
Thank you. I'm gonna go back to the city's main exhibits packet with the board's permission.
Yes, you have permission.
Thank you. And we are now at page 90, the final photo in the 1800 East Moyamensing packet. What is this sticker that we see on the inside of the electrical panel?
That's the inspection sticker from 8/6/23 from Sundog, signed by Vernon Lucas. Unfortunately, he didn't check whether it was a final rough or service inspection.
Well, were there any other stickers that you saw to photograph
No.
on this panel?
No, usually when you put a final sticker on, it's on the panel cover, which is where that is.
So this says 8/6/23.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
If you'll permit me, I'm going to jump back up to page 70. But this final cert was 3 months after, right? The November
Yes.
9th.
Yes.
And the final cert specifically says approved in accordance with electrical plans or approved electrical plans, but there were no
Yes.
electrical
No.
plans, were there?
They're not required.
Is that inconsistent?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, with the board's permission, I'm going to jump
So
back
Colin, I have a
down.
question, Inspector Parisi.
Oh,
If
yes,
there are
go
no
ahead.
plans, if there are no plans required, Inspector Parisi, and this form is not accurately applicable to the work, what declared document should the company have submitted?
Well, that is the correct document. However, he should have checked the top box where it says all work inspected and approved in accordance with the applicable electrical code.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And sorry, asking a follow-up question from the board member's question. The previous 2409 South Reese final cert also had this top box checked instead of with approved electrical plans. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to jump down now to page 91. This is Exhibit C7. Inspector, what is this document?
This is the original licensing violation notice that went out.
And this is for 1800 East Moyamensing.
Yes.
And the date was 1 day after your inspection.
Correct.
I'm just pointing out to the board, it does say fine imposed 1,000. As we've covered, it has actually been reduced to 300. Under the description of violation, are these items that you've written in here, are those reflected in the photographs that you took and that we just reviewed?
Yes, they are.
And is this document that I have on screen now a document held by L&I in the ordinary course of its business?
Yes.
Does this pertain to the license violation notice that we just looked at?
Yes, it does.
Does this say that the violation fine amount is $300?
Correct.
Thank you. Now let's just marking for the board. Exhibit C9 is the board appeal that was filed by Mr. Lucas, received December 20th of 2023. It's been from 1800 East Moyamensing. I'm not going to go over it. I just wanted to make sure the board knew this. It is in the city's packet in its entirety. And now moving on to 5971 North Norwood. Inspector, what is this document that I have on screen?
This is an electrical permit for 5971 North Norwood.
Who's the electrical contractor on this permit?
Looks like B8 Construction LLC.
And scrolling down here to page 99, who's the inspection agency on this permit?
Vernon Lucas Sundog Energy.
And scrolling down to page 100, this is Exhibit D2 in the packet. What is this document?
That is the final inspection certification report that he uploaded to Eclipse.
And this is under the permit we just saw?
Yes,
And it says all work inspected and approved in accordance with
Yes.
applicable electrical code.
yes.
And what's the date?
11/22/23.
Sorry. So this is the day after the previous license violation notice was issued.
Correct.
Starting on page 102, it's been labeled Exhibit D3. What are these photographs?
This is the disconnect for the condenser unit outside.
Well, let's back up a second. Are these photographs of 5971 North Norwood Street?
Yes,
Did you take these photographs?
I did.
Are they a fair and accurate representation of what you saw on January 10th of 2024 at that property?
Yes.
So now please tell me what, if anything, do you see in this photograph?
You'll see a piece of non-metallic flexible conduit going to the condensing unit.
That's this gray wire or gray.
That gray, yeah,
conduit
that's
here?
actually a conduit. And in lengths of 6 feet or more, it must be supported properly. And it only has one strap, and I believe it exceeds 6 feet. So it must be supported again. However, through that plastic conduit, they sleeved Romex or NM cable, as we call it. It's interior wiring that is not permitted to be inside of that flexible conduit outside, as the NEC considers it a wet, damp location because of hot, cold condensation builds up inside of that. Romex has a paper under the plastic jacket. It has a paper wrapping around the conductors, and that paper has been known to wick water onto the conductors themselves, and the conductors are not rated to be in a wet or damp location. And the conductor jacket, the insulation, not being rated for wet, damp locations over time can deteriorate.
Well, you'll please forgive me. I'm not an electrical engineer. Does that mean that water will potentially be touching these electrical wires?
Yes. And if it deteriorates the insulation enough, again, inside that, it could create a ground fault issue. It could create a fault between the two conductors.
Is there a risk associated with that?
Yes.
Please tell us what that risk would be.
If it burns long enough, because if the breaker doesn't trip right away, it could actually end up that could end up catching fire, and that's a PVC jacket.
PVC
polyvinyl chloride.
Is that flammable?
Yes.
Is this NEC compliant?
No.
Moving down here to page 103 in the packet, what do we see in this photograph?
You see a bunch of grounding conductors, grounding electrode coming from the panel and going to the gas pipe, going to the ground rods. That is all supposed to be properly supported and not just hanging all over the place.
Meaning there's supposed to be some
support.
Connection or support.
Well, there's got to be support, whether they run a 1x3 wood strip down the wall and staple it to that board. It's got to be secured. It can't be left flopping like that, because you're down in the basement, people are storing stuff, kids are running around, they catch onto that and pull it. It's a potential danger.
I'm sorry. Is that NEC compliant?
No.
Scrolling down to the next photo in the packet. Is this just a closer up look at what we were seeing at the bottom of the previous photo?
Right. So you have cold water, that's your cold water pipe. You have the cold water clamp. You have 2 conductors going under that one screw. That screw is only listed for 1 conductor, not 2. Secondly, with the corrosion on that cold water pipe, you effectively lost your ground path out to the street on the cold water grounding electrode, the water pipe.
Well, the cold water pipe is conducting metal, right?
Yeah, that's a copper pipe that we use. We connect to it. That is what's considered the grounding electrode. That's
So
the,
would corrosion around the conducting metal act sort of like an
it
insulator?
it impedes the flow of that fault current to get out on that pipe. So
Is that
it
also
restricts the current.
what's
What's
high
that?
impedance? Is that a high impedance
That's what we
ground
call
fault?
high impedance ground fault. Yes.
So that's
It impedes the
potentially
flow of current. Correct.
potentially something that could heat up cherry red.
Again, yeah.
And is there a risk
And I've seen
associated
it
with
on
that?
many times.
Someone is at the front door.
Is there a risk associated with that?
Yeah, if there's a ground fault and that current's trying to get out on that cold water pipe, again, it can't because the current's being impeded at that point. It's going to glow. It's going to create excess heat, and it could potentially, cause a fire. Especially if people, use that as storage. And you got to remember, when I go in here, most of these places are empty. They're just done. So people are going to come in here and store combustibles, whatever.
And is that NEC compliant?
No.
Scrolling down to the next photograph, is this a different angle of the same?
Yes, that's a different angle of the same picture. Yeah.
Scrolling down here to page 106, what do we see here?
That is a connection to the ground rod. Now, if you see where the conductor is going into the acorn clamp and then coming out on the bottom, running to the left, you'll see it's pinched between the clamp and the threaded screw that holds that clamp to the ground rod.
Well, where should it be?
It should be, the clamp is designed with a small V behind it. I'm pointing, you can't see where I'm pointing to. The clamp has a small V behind it that's designed to pinch that conductor tight to that ground rod. And that is, we create high impedance ground fault with that connection because it's not made properly and is not code compliant.
So
It's
because
not
of the way,
used as the manufacturer listed that product to be used, that's not how it's being used.
so the way that it's currently being used in this photo potentially could lead to a high impedance ground fault, which could
Yeah.
lead to it glowing cherry red, which could be a fire hazard.
Yes.
And how should it be affixed to the
Well,
acorn
I said
clamp?
you can't. I'm trying to point, but I can't point. Put your cursor on the screw head.
Okay.
All right. Now you're on the screw. Now go straight up towards your upper left a little bit. Move it. Move it. Move it. Right back there. That acorn clamp comes to like a U shape or like a V. And it's designed to pinch that conductor securely to that ground rod.
Oh, I think I see. So to use an analogy, it's sort of like pulling tight the reins on if you're on a horse, this screw would pull the rod or the
It
wire
pulls the
closer
clamp
into the
tight
rod from
to the rod.
behind, like this.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And is it NEC compliant in its current
No.
configuration? Thank you.
No.
Now page 107 in the packet, what are we looking at here?
You're looking at the bonding screw. And if you look, you'll see a small gap between the silver back and the green head of the screw. There's a gap in there, which tells me that is not properly tightened into the panel enclosure.
Haven't we seen this already? I'm just going to jump back to page.
That's a typical, yeah.
46. Sorry, it was page 45. So this is 2409 South Reese Street.
Right.
Is this the same issue in this photo that we were just looking at?
Yes. Yes. But the other one was pushed in, but it wasn't threaded all the way in.
So here we see that it's partially threaded, but not fully attached.
It actually has to engage a minimum of 2 threads. And you can see there's a gap at the top of that. That screw, that green bonding screw is not properly tightened into that neutral panel, neutral bus.
But before you did this inspection in January of this year, you had already sent out the license violation notice to Vernon Lucas for the 2409 South Reese site that had this
Yes.
same issue, right?
Yes,
So this is a repeat issue?
yes.
I think, had you previously mentioned, is this a high impedance ground fault issue?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and is this NEC compliant?
No,
Thank you. And is on page 108 in the packet, whose sticker is this?
it's Sundog Energy, completed on October 13th, 23 by Vernon Lucas.
But it doesn't have, or does it
No,
list
it's not
what
checked
inspection
off.
was
Yeah,
completed?
exactly.
Was this the
But it is on
only,
the panel cover. Yeah,
was this the only sticker on that panel cover?
yes.
And just to jump up, if you'll permit me 1 second. So that was about a month before the final cert, which was on November of 22nd of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So that it's a discrepancy between the paperwork and the sticker.
Right.
All right, jumping back down to 109. What is this document that's in the packet as D4?
Oh, that's the licensing violation notice.
Was this issued the day after you did your inspection?
Yes.
Who was it issued to?
Vernon Lucas, Sundog Energy.
And are the items listed in the description of violation here the same items that we just saw in the photographs?
Yes.
Just one moment. Oh, right. Here on page 110, in order to appeal this particular license violation notice, the appeal needs to be sent within 30 days, correct?
Correct.
That's 30 days of January 11th of 2024. Just for the board's sake, this is Exhibit D5. This is the appeal filed from this license violation notice by Mr. Lucas. It's very difficult to see the stamp here, so I'm going to go to what's been labeled Exhibit D6 in the packet. Inspector, is this L&I's record of Appeal HA 2024-000-600 for
Yes.
5971 Norwood?
Yes.
And when was this appeal filed and accepted into the system?
Looks like February 14th of 24.
So 34 days after after January 11th of 2024, right?
Right.
Right. Thank you very much, Inspector. I'll reserve for redirect, but at this time I will offer up Inspector Parisi for cross-examination.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, are we gonna wait
Mr.
for the
Vance,
cost?
do you-
Have some questions, or you
yes,
wanna continue? It's up to you, sir.
sure, Mr. Tennant.
Yeah, Inspector Parisi, if you could inform this board of, if you know the number of inspections performed by the agency Sundog Electricity Energy, I'm sorry.
Do I know the number of inspections performed by them?
If you do, sir, yes.
I really don't. I don't keep
Thank
track
you.
of the number that each agency does.
Do you have an idea of the number of times Sundog Energy has been audited?
Off the top of my head, no. My supervisor would have that record.
Have you personally ordered them yourself in the past?
No, no.
No. Okay. All right. And if you may, for agencies with audits that fail, does the city monitor or conduct more frequently audits? You mentioned the fact that some companies do more inspections, and so that requires more, they just get more audits performed. Other agencies do fewer amount of inspections, so they get a lesser amount. So
Correct.
okay, so for agencies that have audits that fail, does the city tend to require more audits of them and monitor them more?
No.
No. Okay.
They're assigned to me by Ken Paralak, and he's the one that picks them and selects them. I just
Right.
go do my job.
Yeah, just trying to get an idea whether if they have several failures that they audit them a little more often, or they
Yeah.
monitor
I
them a little
I
more
do
often?
not believe that's the case at all.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Mr. Vance, your opportunity for cross-examination. You're muted,
Mr. Vance, you're muted.
Vance.
All right,
And
Mr.
I guess we've been here for a while. How long do you expect your cross-examination to take?
Yeah, I don't know. Not as long as the direct, I'll say that.
All right, let's proceed.
All right, Mr. Parisi, are you saying that you've only inspected Sundog and Mr. Lucas's work on 3 occasions? Is that your testimony?
I've probably done more. Again, I don't keep a record of it. My direct supervisor assigns them to me. So I couldn't tell you how many I do for any particular agency.
All right, but you've been how long have you been the only electrical inspector for the city?
Roughly 10 years.
All right, so if Sundog came into existence in 2017, then you're the only one who's been inspecting them, correct?
Correct.
All right. And isn't it a fact, Mr. Parisi, that you have referred to Mr. Lucas, who is the owner of Sundog, as a nigger? Haven't you done that?
Objection. Not only is that not relevant, it is incredibly prejudicial, and it has no bearing
Incredibly relevant.
on what we've seen today.
Objection. I'm going to sustain the objection. You need to have direct testimony.
Okay. Mr. Parisi, aren't you the subject of a Philadelphia Human Relations Commission complaint brought by Mr.
Also, objection.
Against,
this is
can
outside of the
I
scope
finish
of
my
what
question?
I've just said.
Before
There's an objection. I need to explain what the
Before you
objection is for.
before you proceed, I'd like to have a moment. If you're going to make these kinds of questioning and observations, I'd like to have a moment to consult with our counsel. Could we take a brief off the record discussion, executive session?
Yeah, and just so you know, I only have like 4 or 5 more questions in this particular vein, but
Well, I get it, but you're on a crusade, I guess. And so the question is, I'd like to confirm with counsel. I'm not the crusade, but you obviously have a series of questions that I'd like to consult with our counsel before we consider whether or not to hear your questions. Okay?
That's fine. That's fine.
Thank you. We'll go on a break. We're back on the record. I was concerned about this line of questioning, Mr. Vance, and if you wish to proceed, you may, but the fact is, this is cross-examination of testimony presented by Mr. Parisi. If you have certain statements that you want to present, that should become brought in through your client's testimony, the direct testimony. Your cross-examination is of testimony made by Inspector Parisi. So I just want you to understand that if objections are raised because your comments or questions, these are questions you're asking of the inspector, if it wasn't stated by him in his direct testimony and those objections are raised, I'll sustain them.
My only response is, if I call him on my case as on cross, I mean, why don't you just let me ask the questions right now? That seems to be way more efficient.
Well, we still have to create a proper record, so let's proceed.
All right, Mr. Parisi. So let me just understand what your testimony. Your contention is that the properties that you are asked to inspect are selected by your immediate supervisor. Is that right?
Correct.
That you have no input into that decision.
I do not.
So with respect to the the properties that are at issue today, your inspection never occurred the day after, or 2 days after, or 3 days after the final inspection certificate was signed, isn't that right?
That's correct.
So on some occasions, on one of the properties, your inspection occurred 10 days after, is that right?
Correct.
Another one, it occurred 14 days after, right?
Correct.
And another one, it occurred 50 days after, is that right?
Correct.
So you have no idea whether anyone else might have gotten into any of these properties and tampered with any of the work that was done by any of the workers on the particular property, isn't that right?
Correct.
All right, so let's just talk about a few specifics. And again, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to be as efficient as I can because we've all been here a long time. I know there's other people behind us. So now I don't know if I have access to you to move the exhibits that the city's council did. So if I can just maybe if I give you the number, you can put it up on the screen. That would be very helpful. And
I think I can accommodate you. With the board's permission, I'm going to share the city's exhibits on my screen, and Mr. Vance will just tell me what page.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm really basically just going to focus on these pictures that were taken. So, but before I get to that, Mr. Parisi, with regard to the clearances that you talked about as being not compliant with the NEC code, aren't there exceptions to some of these clearance requirements? Like I think you mentioned one was a 30-inch requirement or a 3-foot requirement.
When it comes to workspace clearance, I'm not familiar with the exceptions that may apply to that installation.
So are you aware of whether, for example, there might be an exception depending upon the amperage or the rated amperage of a unit of service equipment or a panel board?
Absolutely.
Right. So a unit with higher amperage would require more clearance, but a lower amperage would not require as much clearance.
No,
Generally
you're talking about high voltage equipment. We're not in that realm.
So you're saying the exceptions don't apply to the types of inspections that you made for the properties at issue in this case? Is that
When it comes to those condenser unit disconnects, no, they're required to have 3 feet of workspace clearance in front of them.
So, and we're going to look at that photo shortly. But let me just, if you could, go to page number, city exhibit number, 1 minute here. $44. Right. So in this particular instance, Mr. Parisi, your complaint here was that there was not appropriate clearance.
Correct.
And do you know whether the box was put in before or after all that ductwork that is in front of it?
I couldn't tell you that.
So if the box was put in appropriately and another worker came in after the work was put in and put the ductwork close to that box, that would not be the fault of of Mr. Lucas or his company, correct?
His final should not have been done. A final is a final, and we call it that for a reason. Everything must be completed.
Right, but if the box was put in before the ductwork was put over it or close to it, is it your testimony then that it was incumbent upon Mr. Lucas to go back to the contractor and say, look, they put this ductwork in over the box, that's not compliant, they got to move it somewhere else?
Exactly. If he goes If the box was put in before, and it may or may not have been, I don't know that. Again, you go out on a final when everything is done. So therefore, that ductwork was there, and it's incumbent upon the electrical inspector to make sure that his electrical equipment meets code compliance. And if that ductwork creates a hazard impeding in that workspace clearance, yes, he's required to tell the general contractor to have the HVAC guy move it or relocate it.
And if the general contractor says, I'm not doing it because that's the only place we could put it, what is Mr. Lucas's responsibility?
Not to pass it.
All right, can you turn to number 46? Thanks very much. So this particular photo, you say that basically, to use the analogy that had been used, that the chin should be basically flush with that flat surface, correct?
Correct.
All right. But again, you don't know whether, for whatever reason, someone had come in after the final inspection was done and bumped this pipe or moved that pipe such that the chin came up out of the hole. You don't know that, right?
I don't know that for a fact. I do know, however, that 200 amp SC cable is a pretty stiff cable. And it looks like to me that the contractor, when he put it in, didn't give it enough bend to take the stress off of that connection.
Right, but that's your assumption, but you don't know specifically what happened here, do you?
No, I don't. I can't, but I am required to enforce the National Electrical Code.
All right, let's look at number 47. Now you identify this as a workspace issue here, correct? That this switch, based on where the switch is, that was a problem in case an electrician had to get in there and do some kind of work, right?
Correct.
You went through a lengthy long of if this happened and if this happened and if this happened, it might be a problem, but as it is depicted in this picture, again, you do not know, or strike that. Let me say, your position, I think, was that it was impossible to get into this unit to do any work. Is that right?
Nearly impossible to get to that switch and open it up and work on it if you had to.
And how do you know that?
I've been an electrician. I was a contractor myself for 40 years. I've been around the trade for over 50. So I've done a lot of electrical installations and been around the block a few times. So that is not a proper installation.
Right, and since you've been around the block a few times, I assume you know that this drainage pipe, this condensation pipe, could be moved or somehow manipulated so that you could get to that switch if you had to work on it, correct?
You'd have to push it out of the way or bend it out of the way. Same with the gas.
It's not a permanent. Right, it's not a permanent part of the.
Actually, it is. It's PVC. It's glued into position. It's not meant to be taken in, put in and taken out on a regular basis. Same with the gas piping. You're not going to sit there and disassemble that gas piping to get to that switch.
Right, but if you had to, you could do it, right?
I wouldn't want to do it as an electrical contractor.
I didn't ask you if you wanted to do
I'm
it.
just
I said
saying.
that if one had to, one could do it.
Yeah, if you had to disconnect all that gas piping, I guess you could.
All right, and let's look at G. And
Sorry,
G, I'm sorry, G, I'm sorry, that's my terminology. That would be 48.
48, okay.
So here you say the problem is that there's no cover on the dryer,
Receptacle.
Receptacle, right?
Yeah.
But you did say there's space for there to have been a cover, correct?
Correct.
So you don't know whether there was a cover there that somehow fell off or anything like that, or somebody moved it or somebody
I
took
do
it,
not.
or-
It was there at the time of my inspection, and therefore, I gotta call it as I see.
Okay. All right, let's take a look at number Number 85. City Exhibit 85. And here, I believe you said well, actually, I'm not clear what you said. What was the problem with this installation?
Jeff, if you could move your cursor over that little square, that rectangular device.
Yes.
All right, what was the problem with that?
You see that, Counselor? You see where his cursor is?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
That is called an inter-system termination bonding device. That is required to be connected to the electrical panel system ground. And it is there so that your other utilities, again, Comcast, Verizon, whomever, can connect their green bonding wire to that device in case of any kind of an overcurrent that might strike their device, any lightning. It will then go to that device, go back on the number 6 copper into the panel, and leave the property on the cold water grounding system. It's required to be connected. If you're going to put it there, it's required to be there.
So the box is required to be there, but where is it required to be connected?
It's required to have a number 6 bare copper connected inside of that device, and that copper is supposed to run into the main house panel and connect it to the grounding bus inside the panel.
So that would be the box, the larger box above it. You're saying that
No,
there
no.
should be a connection.
No. That box is the meter box. The panel board is inside the basement.
So you're saying that this, which is clearly on the exterior of the house,
Right.
is supposed to be connected to something on the interior of the house.
Supposed to be connected to the main panel inside the house, correct.
Did you go inside the house?
I did.
And so your testimony is that there is no connection between the little box on the outside of the house and the main panel on the inside of the house. Is that
Correct.
right? And how would that have been connected?
An electrician could have ran the bare number 6 down along that 2-inch PVC conduit and through the hole in the wall right in directly into the panel. Because if I recall, that LB goes through into the basement and then almost immediately into the panel board in the basement. So he could have ran that
So
number
again-
6 right down along and taken it into the house and connected it to the panel. Yes.
So again, there would have been a connection from this box through a wire out on the exterior of the house into the house. But again, you don't know whether that was actually done and somebody actually took it out after the inspection was signed off on by Mr. Lucas, correct?
No, I don't.
All right. All right, can you go to 88? And here I believe you said the problem was there was not 3 feet of clearance between the switch on the side of the carrier unit and the wall. Is that right?
Correct.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't look like to me like there's 3 feet period that distance is not 3 feet at all.
The switch could have been mounted in a Resex box on the exterior of that wall going into that heater closet, which a lot of contractors do. Or he could have put it up on the wooden stud to the left-hand side closest to the entrance to the door, which would have given him the clearance to work on that switch.
But again, that was a choice that the electrician made to put it next to or on the unit. Was it on the unit or next to the unit?
No, it's mounted directly to the unit.
And does it have to be mounted directly to the unit?
No.
But it can be.
It can be with the proper clearance.
And what's the problem with the clearance issue?
Again, if I got to squeeze in there, if somebody's got to squeeze in there, it makes it difficult to work on that switch.
And you don't know whether there's an exception to the clearance rules that would allow this installation to be acceptable, do you?
Not on that. No, I don't.
Okay. All right, let's go to 89. So again, the issue here is the distance between what the electrician
Condenser?
installed. Yes, the condenser and then what the electrician installed on the left-hand side of well, at least from my left-hand side of the photo, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and do you know who installed what first?
Again, I don't know who installed what first, but again, in a final inspection, it's all supposed to be done. So as an inspector, you walk out and see this completed. It is incumbent upon the inspector to have the HVAC guy move his equipment or the electrician move his equipment.
But if the electrician, I think you said before, the electrician should have gone to the general contractor and say, move this equipment so that I can get the clearance, correct?
Say that again?
I believe in response to some other questions, you indicated that the electrician should have asked the general contractor to make whatever modifications were necessary so that you could get the proper clearance. Is that right?
He should have.
And if the general contractor says no, then what is the electrician supposed to do?
Call his inspector, have a consultation with his inspector, let his inspector tell the GC or the HVAC guy, we can't have this here, move it, or I'm going to fail the job.
All right, can we go to number 102? All right, thank you. So the issue here was the use of Romex, correct?
Correct, inside that flexible non-metallic tubing.
And this box or the tubing, where exactly was this located on the exterior of the property? Is it
I
on
believe it was in the rear of the property.
in the rear of the property, a ground level or above ground?
Well, you can see the step, you can see the ground next to it, so it's mounted.
That's the ground next to between the step and
Step and the
whatever
condenser, yeah.
condenser. Okay. And that's the only issue there is the use of Romex.
Yes, inside that, yeah. Actually,
And
actually,
sorry,
there is a workspace clearance issue there, if I recall, because you can't, it's a pretty tight squeeze to get there, and I don't believe between the corner of that condenser and the disconnect, I don't believe there's 3 feet in front of that, if I recall correctly.
there's not 3 feet between the condenser and the box?
No, but yeah, it's that disconnect has to be what we call readily accessible. You can't climb over, under, squeeze through stuff, and there's got to be 3 feet again from that condenser to the wall, so I can work on that disconnect in a normal fashion, comfortable fashion, without having to bend and twist.
All right, but again, that's somewhat of a general contractor issue. If you're not going to move the condenser, what's the electrician supposed to do?
Have the GC either move the condenser or have the electrician move the disconnect over.
Move it over where? Closer to the railing?
You could move it closer to the railing, sure.
And that's about a foot. And you said that would make a difference?
It would make it better. Let me put it that way. I mean, I get in a lot of these cases, we don't have the clearances. But again, we still have to comply with the code.
Even though there may be physical limitations on you actually complying with the clearance, correct? Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Regardless. Okay, all right. And if you could go to Oh, no, the video, you don't have to put it up again. But
You
again,
sure?
yeah, you don't have to. The video, again, this was the video with where you shook the little copper thing and it was loose. But this was a property you inspected 50 days after the inspection had been signed off on, correct?
Correct.
So again, you don't know whether somebody might have loosened the screw itself, or whether on its own it became loose for whatever reason. Right? 60 days is a long time. I mean, 50 days is a long time.
I've seen them 10, 20 years down the road. They don't get loose by themselves.
Right. And I'm sure you've seen them less than 10, 20 years where they do get loose by themselves.
Not really. Usually when they're tight unless somebody's playing with it.
Exactly. So you don't know whether somebody was playing with it or not.
Usually when people are, I'm not going to go there. People are trying to steal electric. They play with that stuff and they manipulate it and they steal the copper. This is a brand new installation. I really doubt if somebody would go in there after the fact and intently undo them screws.
But you don't know. And
no,
again,
I don't know for a fact.
And as you testified, these were all new construction. So, you know, it's the city that we live in, unfortunately, that sometimes people, once new construction is done, they do go in to try to steal things that have been put in and take things out, correct?
Correct.
That's just life in Philadelphia, right? Unfortunately. No, I mean, you know, we both been living here for a long time.
Yeah, I've been here all my life.
It's an unfortunate aspect of life in Philadelphia. All right, that wasn't really a question. That was just a statement.
Comment.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I do not have any other questions.
Very good. Mr. Cohen, do you have anything on redirect?
Yes, and I will keep it very brief. Inspector Parisi,
yes.
Have you ever known copper thieves to loosen the connection of a copper wire to a cold water pipe and then leave the copper?
No.
And do any feelings, or would any feelings that you have toward a particular electrical inspector change the content of the photos or the permit documents that you use when you do your inspection?
Not at all.
And you said your inspections are assigned basically on a rotating basis by Supervisor Paralak?
Correct.
And the conditions that you've documented here today at these three work sites, based on the photos that you took, are
Correct.
those the conditions in violation that were approved, or that the city alleges were approved by Mr. Lucas?
Correct.
Thank you very much, Inspector Parisi. I very much appreciate your time. And if there's any recross, of course, Mr. Vance.
Mr. Vance?
Mr. Chairman, he clearly opened the door. The questions that I want to ask, there's no question about it.
I ask your questions. I have heard the question asked by Mr. Cohen.
All right, Mr. Parisi, isn't it true that you are the subject of a Philadelphia Human Relations Commission complaint?
The city does have to object to relevance.
Okay, can I finish and then you can object, and then can I respond to the objection?
Yeah.
That you were the subject of a Philadelphia Human Relations Commission complaint alleging race discrimination filed by Mr. Lucas and his company against you, related to your actions against his company in the performance of their duties, including referring to him as a nigger in public.
And now the city must object. It is highly prejudicial and, as we said, not probative, because as we've established, these inspections are based on unbiased photographs and permit documents. It's not based on Mr. Parisi's feelings one way or the other.
What I'm going to do is sustain in part and overrule in part. I'm going to ask Mr. Parisi, are you aware of a Human Relations Commission appeal that was filed by?
I am.
Okay. Fine, Mr. Vance. Would you ask another question if you have one?
And are you also aware of the fact that you had posted what Mr. Lucas considered to be racially insensitive Facebook posts which included embracing the Confederate flag, an agreement with slavery, the use of the term Jap, which is a derogatory term for people of Japanese descent, and that these let me finish, these posts and others were deleted after Mr. Lucas exposed the fact that they existed during an appeal hearing in 2017.
The city must object along the same relevance lines. I would also add that by attempting to put these facts into Inspector Parisi's mouth, that essentially it doesn't comport with, I would say, best practices. I think we should stick to the facts and stick to the matters at hand before the board and not go looking on Facebook for things to smear the inspector.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Mr.
well,
Vance,
Yeah.
do any further questions?
No. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, I do have a further question. Mr. Parisi, have you used derogatory terms to
Mr. Vance, I'm sorry. These questions, again, you're creating a perception in the minds of the board and everyone who's witnessing this without actually having had any direct testimony presented. So I'm going to intervene, and if you want to appeal, that's fine. But I think this line of questioning has been permitted adequately at this point in time. Do you have any questions with respect to the further test? This is redirect. This is recross.
Right, it is redirect. And as I said before, the city council opened the door. He did open the door.
You asked your questions.
Yeah, okay. All right. No, I don't have anything else. No other question.
Very good. You have any witness to present? Mr. Cohen, do you have any further? I guess
the city would just move its exhibits into evidence this time, and if it's all right, if there's no other questions requested of Mr. Parisi, if it's all right if he gets back to work.
I'm thinking that he needs to be available to hear that. If Mr. Vance is putting on Mr. Lucas, then he needs to be here to hear that testimony.
Okay. Thank you. The city would.
I understand that as the only electrical inspector for the city, he has probably a full workload ahead of him, but we're here now at this case and he needs to be present to hear the witness. I assume Mr. Vance is putting on the witness.
Yes. So, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, could I call Mr. Lucas at this point?
Sure. Thank you for calling me Your Honor, Mr. Vance.
Hey, look, it's not a foregone conclusion. Don't not that it won't happen. Look, you got plenty of time. So
yeah. Mr. Lucas, do I see you on the screen? I know you were here earlier.
He's here. I think he's moved. Mr. Lucas.
He's muted.
He's muted.
I just sent him the prompt.
I'm unmuted.
Okay, he's on.
All right, Mr. Lucas, can I ask you to raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely. Yes.
Very good. Mr. Vance.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So again, I'm gonna ask the indulgence of the city's council to pull up certain number of documents, and let's just get right to it. So could you go to I believe it is 40. Okay, Mr. Lucas, do you recognize this, what this photo depicts?
Yes.
Okay, and did you install this device?
No.
All right. And could you go to 43? And this is the side of that device, correct?
Yes,
But you did not install it, is that right?
no,
All right, could you go to 44? All right, you heard Mr. Parisi's testimony regarding what the problem is with this particular installation, and do you have a factual basis for rejecting that?
well, I mean, practically, I mean, there is an exception in the ICB code that the clearance has to stop at the top of the panel board. Also, that ductwork was not in that location when I did my final inspection. Now, the final inspection, I'm looking at the electrical work because you can't really say the final is the final. That's not my job. My job is to do the electrical work, follow the code, follow the permit, what it says. That did not exist in that location on my final inspection. It may have fell because of the weight of it or whatever, but the owner explained that to Mr. Parisi, but he chose to ignore it.
And can you look at 45?
45. Now, it's hard to talk about that particular screw unless you understand Mr. Parisi's persona, which you said I could bring it in if it was relevant. And you also asked him, did he have any feelings toward a inspector, which he does because of his post, because of his
the city is going to
statement.
object to this point due to relevance.
Well, you posed the question.
I would also remind.
I'll sustain the objection. The question was asked what your comment is with respect to this photograph and the screw that Mr. Parisi has testified was not this green screw that was not properly installed.
Well, I think he could have backed it out.
I'm sorry?
Because of his hate for me, I think he could have backed it out.
Would you repeat your answer?
I said he could have backed, the screw can be backed out.
Okay.
In other words, that it could not have been cited as a violation, but it was because of his bias against you. Is that what you're saying?
Sure. I mean, it's all
the
over
city
the
is going to
place.
object to that again on the basis of relevance, also speculation, as Inspector Parisi testified, and as the photograph shows, there's a reason for citing this particular issue, and it's because of the issue visible in the photograph.
Of course,
your objection is overruled, but the question was answered. And is there another question regarding this?
Yes,
photograph?
there is. Well, no, this is a general question. Mr. Lucas, do you believe that Mr. Parisi is biased against you?
Yes.
What is the basis of your belief?
Because he has called me a nigger on several occasions in public
City
and
objects.
his office. Wait a minute. We had testimony from the office where he came into the office.
The
and
city
called me-
objects on the basis of hearsay
Well, I'm
to
just telling
someone
you the
else's
truth.
testimony.
He called me, well, check the records. It's a matter of documents.
There's an objection before you proceed. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay.
I mean, let me just, for the record, I understand you're sustaining an objection, but on the one hand, you allow the city to say that these are just objective photos of the facts and his feelings have nothing to do with any of this. And I'm trying to establish, as is my client, not only is there nothing wrong with these installations, but there is a racial motivation for why they were ID'd as alleged
Mr. Vance?
infraction. So I understand you sustain the objection. I'm going to ask another question. Could
Well,
you
I
go to
understand. It's obviously that you've directed our attention to the possibility of a racial motivation. I think that's been presented adequately. I think we understand it. And if that's going to be an answer to each question, I guess you're allowed to do that. But we've heard that. We understand that's an issue you're presenting for this board to consider, if it can consider that issue. We also understand, or I understand, that screw, and I haven't heard someone say it isn't, is not properly put in, but it's quite possible that somebody made it or put it or loosened it so it isn't properly installed, and we don't know who or how that might have happened. So I understand that.
All right.
I trust that my equally intelligent board members understand that as well.
All right, so, thank you, Your Honor. And I'm gonna move, Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna move on to, pay, 46, please. Did you install this particular device, Mr. Lucas?
No, and Mr. Parisi testified that that cable, SE cable, is very rigid, and it's very likely that that opening is less than 1/2 of a millimeter. That could have been open because of the weight of the cable. I don't know that, but I know that when I did my inspection, it did not exist. I don't know whether the HVAC guy moved it or whatever.
All right, can we go to,
I can't tell.
I'm sorry, can we go to,
1 millimeter.
can we go to 47? Now you heard Mr. Parisi's testimony that this was an issue of inadequate clearance.
Well, the problem was that it's on each of my certifications, I list the HVAC contractor is responsible for that work, not the electrician. So so if the city approves that work, which they did, they do the HVAC inspection. Mr. Parisi and L&I does the HVAC inspection. So they approved it. And it cannot be my issue with HVAC. At any point, I put it on my permits, on my certification. That's not my responsibility. It doesn't show up on the permits. It's the HVAC's responsibility. And if he did install the switch without a permit, the proper permit, then he's in violation, not me. The HVAC guy is in violation because he installed that switch in that location.
All right, can we go to 48? Could you address the lack of a cover on this particular?
There was a cover on there when I did my final inspection. The builder and owner told Mr. Parisi that they were painting and they took the cover off to paint. At my time of my inspection, it was on. And they explained that to him, but
could we go to 40?
Could
we go to 49?
Same issue.
When you say same issue, could you, for the record, just state what that issue is?
The cover was on, they took it off to paint.
All right, could you go to 55, please?
55?
Yes,
Or-
that's it, right there,
Okay.
right there. So, Mr. Lucas, this is your appeal application, correct?
Yes.
And can you just scroll down just a little bit? And it says something at the bottom says, see attached exhibit number 1. Do you recall what that exhibit?
Yeah, I have it right here. There was an attachment really addressing all the issues that were violated at that particular job.
However, let me just ask you this question. Did you just testify now about what you had stated on exhibit 1? In other words, to explain why these violations were not violated?
Pretty much, yes. Not all of them, but pretty much, yes.
All right, so only the ones that you did not address could you address to the board, that you didn't previously address in your testimony, could you address to the board?
Correct.
If you don't remember, then we can move on.
I mean, I addressed them all. I mean, there were 9 issues. I mean,
Okay. No, we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on.
All right.
Okay. Can you go to number 85? All right, Mr. Lucas, Mr. Parisi testified that this small box was not properly connected to the electrical panel on the interior of the home. Could you address that?
yes, it was. If you look close, there's a yellow anchor to attach the wire. And it came out of the meter socket, which you can do as long as it's connected to the grounding electrical conductor, out of the meter socket, down through that gray box into the panel. And it was there, but somebody stole it. And this is a common practice throughout the city. That's why a lot of guys don't want to put it outside, but people come along and steal it. They just steal it. And that's just it. And they explain that to them again. but yet he chose to violate me.
All right, could you go to 86? Now, Mr. Parisi explained that the violation here related to the fact that you did not put an arc-resistant breaker in where it says heat down. Could you address that, please?
Well, the code at the time that permit was taken out was 2014. At that time, it was not required to put an arc fault breaker on a heater.
Okay, and that's why there is no
Exactly.
green test thing like the
Right.
other two. Okay. All right, could you go to 87? And is your testimony here the same with respect to heat?
Same thing, same issue.
All right. Can you go to number 88? Mr. Parisi testified that the problem here, the violation related to the lack of clearance. Can you address that issue?
Again, this was installed by the HVAC. Now, mind you, the intent of this workspace, especially in an installation like this, is so the installer or the repairer of the unit can not work when it's live. The panel for that each HVAC was within sight of that switch. And the intent of the code is so a guy working on the heating unit won't get electrocuted. So he could have easily went to this panel and cut it off. However, there's no place in that room where you could put that switch. But the panel was there, and that supplemented the shut off for the heater. And again, it was installed by the HVAC contractor, not the electrical contractor, who did not take out permit to do electrical work.
All right, could we go to 89?
Same issue.
Yes, this is a clearance issue. Could you address this, please?
This disconnect was installed by the electrical contractor, and the HVAC contractor decided to put those units right there. And again, I make it clear on my final inspection that it's not my responsibility. I've taken that out of the loop. Hopefully the city will require the HVAC contractor to get an electrical permit in the future to avoid this.
All right, could you go to 94, please? Okay, 94 is your appeal of that. Thanks for moving up. Is your appeal of those violations? I just want you to go to the bottom. And number 2 says heater not required to be AFC protected in basement. Do you see that?
Right.
Okay, what does that mean? Not AFC protected. That's all.
That's arc fault circuit breaker.
Okay, all right. Can we go now to number 102? All right, Mr. Parisi testified that again we had a clearance issue here. Could you address this particular violation?
Well, he testified at first that it was Romex inside that conduit or flexible metal conduit, which has not been proven. That again is installed by the HVAC. Normally, that's what you would call a whip that comes with the unit, which is rated for outdoor use. The box was installed by the electrical contractor, and the HVAC contractor installed that wire, tied it into the condenser. Electricians don't tie in condensers. HVAC guys tie them in.
And could you address the issue of clearance, which he did?
Again, they decided to put that there. It wasn't the call of the electrical contractor. It's not his call. I mean, I tried to inform the HVAC contractor he cannot do that, and I also informed him that they have to get a permit. But again and again and again, the city is allowing them to do work without permits.
All right, could you go to 103? Can you address the issue of the hanging wire?
In that instant, the contractor was not responsible for the grounding because that was not a part of the permit. The permit was the interior wiring. He tied into an existing panel. Could he have tied it down? Would it made the job neater? I would say yes, but that's not his responsibility.
Okay. And can you go to 104?
The same thing. That wasn't a part of the permit. Was not a part of the permit.
And can you go to, let's go to 105, I guess.
Same issue,
Same issue. Okay, can you go to 106?
same issue.
All right, and
Was
can you
it existed prior to the electrician coming in there.
can you go to 107?
You know, that screw to me is engaged. He didn't put nobody, if there was a torque issue, I don't see the evidence that it was not torqued down. He said it wasn't, it was, but I don't see any tests, torque tests, anything. I'm saying it was. From my visual inspection, it was tight.
All right. And I don't have any other questions for Mr. Lucas. Thank you.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Lucas.
Sure. Good afternoon.
So your job as an electrical inspector is to come in after the work is done. Well, part of your job, because other than rough-ins, your final inspection is to come in and make sure that everything is safe and installed per code before the final cert is given and the building can be occupied, correct?
Sure.
So
And
if there
before the final, and before the final building inspection is done.
Yes. So if there are issues that potentially pose a risk to the occupants of the property, that's something that you should be flagging, right?
Well, if they exist and if I see them, if they yes, but the building inspector comes after me. So he should have flagged those issues if he thought they were out of code, and he didn't do it.
Well, looking at this particular photograph that Inspector Parisi said was not properly torqued in this particular
I don't
screw,
know if
you
that
do-
to be true. I don't
well,
know.
do you see the shadow that's been
That doesn't
between the
mean
screw
anything.
and?
That doesn't
Okay,
mean
so
anything.
according to you, that
Irrelevant.
does not mean anything.
No,
Okay. So you would consider this to be safe?
I'm not gonna say because it's only a picture. It's only a picture. I can't tell that.
Okay,
And he-
did you take your own pictures?
Sometimes I take it. There's over 1,000 connections in a house. Do I take 1,000 photos? No, I do the best I can with something
Okay.
that's really obvious. But no, I don't take 1,000 photos.
Well, you didn't bring any photos of your inspections today, correct?
Well, you wouldn't accept my photos. You wouldn't accept them because you
Well,
said there
sorry,
was race
let's-
involved. So you wouldn't accept.
Let me back up a second. Did your attorney attempt to submit any of your photographs of these sites before we even got to this hearing today?
My bringing in photos in this hearing is pretty much irrelevant because it doesn't really mean it's only a snapshot in time. I can take a picture of something that's totally legit, but there are irrelevant because there happens only an instant in time. It would be different. It was a video. We watched the screw, we tied it in, but no, I did not give them any to bring to you. No.
Well, for example, when we were looking at right here, you said that there was a cover plate when you did your
Yes.
inspection, but did you take a photo showing that there was a cover plate?
Not of that particular box. No, I just told you there's over 100.
Okay.
No, I didn't.
So, but this was at 2409 South Reese Street. So this was
Correct.
in July of 2023.
Right.
And then L&I hit you with the first of the violation notices, this one, on July 14th.
Hit me is a very
And-
interesting word.
Well, issued to you the violation notice, correct?
Whatever. Yes.
But then we go to November. And here we have, for example, here you said that there was a copper wire when you inspected, but you
Sure.
didn't take a photo of it.
There's 1,000 screws and issues in every inspection. No, I do not take a picture of every screw. Yes, do people steal? Yes, they do.
Well, okay, but you knew that people often steal stuff. You knew that
Oh,
this was
yeah.
on the outside of the house, and you knew that L&I had previously in July issued to you a violation for
Not for that.
approving unapproved work, and you
Not-
didn't
not-
think to take
not
a
for
photo
that.
of this.
Not for that. You're telling me
Okay.
anytime L&I issue me a violation, I should take 1,000 pictures. Let me ask you this question. I gotta ask you. a
Well,
question. Let me
kind
ask
of
you a
know how this
question.
works.
No, no, no,
because
no. Mr.
Can I ask you a
Lucas, I
question?
appreciate it, but you're not counsel and Mr. Cohen is directing questions to you. So at this
Does
point,
Vance have a tip
Mr.
trying to
Cohen, would you-
redirect me?
Mr. Cohen, would you continue
Yes.
with your questioning? And if
thank you.
Mr. Vance wants to either object at any time, he knows he
Okay.
can do that, and he has the right to do recross at some point if he wants. All right.
But Mr. Lucas, you're also aware that there is a requirement under the law, both the Pennsylvania Uniform Construction Code and the Philadelphia Code, that as the electrical agency, you're required to keep documentation of these work sites.
It says, it clearly says documentation, but it doesn't say all photos, all.
Well, you're right, it didn't say
It
photos,
doesn't say all,
but,
it just says documentation.
but
which I
did you
did.
hear
Alright.
Inspector
Mr.
Parisi?
Mr. Cohen, I think you've made your point with respect to whether or not he needs to photograph every installation he inspects. Do you
Oh,
have
of
any other,
course.
do you have any
Yes,
further
actually.
questions?
I want to go back over to. Please forgive me, there's a lot in the packet.
Take your time, take your time. I got all day.
So this is the final certification that you wrote for 1800 East Moy Mensing, where you said that the work was inspected and approved in accordance with approved electrical plans. Do you have those approved electrical plans?
No, that was a clerical error by my office, but there were plans. That,
Well,
one thing I
we
will
actually
admit-
did see, and I believe you saw Inspector Parisi testify that in L&I's records, there are no plans. There's a change of ownership form, but
Did you
there's
hear
no
what I just
electrical
said?
plan submitted. Isn't
Did
that
you-
correct?
I just said that there were plans, but they were not approved, and that was a clerical error. You heard that, right?
But it is your responsibility under the Pennsylvania Uniform Construction Code to keep copies of the approved plans, correct?
If they're approved, yes, we have copies, but there were no approved plans there. He asked me the same question.
Okay, well, let's move on.
Yeah.
All right, so here we have the heater downstairs, heater upstairs. You said that the heater in the basement didn't need the arc fault protector, but these two of them, the upstairs and downstairs closets, they would need the arc fault, right?
They weren't closets. They were heater rooms. It says, it clearly says closet, heater closet. They weren't closets, they were rooms. It's in the code.
So basically your explanation here is that because these are in a larger room that is not the basement, that they don't need arc fault protection.
That's what it says in the code. It's clear.
But couldn't they still create an arc without the arc fault protection?
I mean, they could, but so what do you want me to do? You want me to go above the code?
Well, but they're in a habitable part of the house.
Well, I understand it. That's why the arc fault breakers were instituted, because they're in habitable spaces. It wasn't in a habitable space. People don't sleep in closets. People don't sleep in heater rooms. That was the intent of the arc fault breakers in habitable room. Originally, the arc fault breaker was not required in an unfinished basement.
But
Now they
people
are.
do, for example, store clothing and cardboard boxes and
Not
other
habitable.
flammable materials in closets, correct?
It's not habitable. It's not a closet.
Okay.
It's a room. It's a room.
And here, for example, you had said that the electrical box here that's on the side of the HVAC unit was installed by the HVAC guy,
Sure.
but HVAC people aren't licensed to do electrical work. Isn't that right?
Exactly. Exactly. So they have to take out a permit and hire an electrician to do their work.
But
Said
I
it
mean,
right.
they can't, can they take out a permit if they're not licensed?
No,
to
they
do
have
that
to.
type of
Did you hear
work?
what I just said? You're not listening. They have to hire an electrician to do the work. They
I guess
they can enter into a contract with the existing electrician, or they can hire outside. Let me explain something to you. HVAC guys always make the final connection, and they can do it. And the city knows this. They can do it without an electrician, or they can do it on their own. But they gotta pull a permit.
Well, my ultimate question is who's responsible? Because you said
It's the HVAC
I'm not responsible
contract.
for checking the HVAC guys. That's what you said.
No,
right?
I'm not. No. You asked that question. I tell you who's responsible. The city of Philadelphia, the building department. They're responsible. They do the HVAC inspection, not the electrical. The building inspector, Bob Parisi, and whoever else you send over there. That's
So even
their
though there
responsibility.
even though there's electricity flowing through that panel, and even though that box could have been installed on the wall to the left, you're maintaining that it is not your responsibility or part of your responsibilities to inspect.
It's the responsibility of the person who took the electrical permit out for that work. That's the responsibility it is.
Well, wouldn't the electrical permit in this case have been?
Doesn't, no, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't say HVAC on it.
Sorry,
Okay.
this electrical permit would have been taken out by
Okay.
TJT Electrical and Plumbing,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Now, if you saw an electrician who allowed the HVAC guy to do this kind of work in violation of the code, would you work with that person again?
I don't know if he did it.
Well, but let me
know
ask
who
it
did
this
it.
way. Do you, with the general contractor and the electrical contractor allowing this kind of roughshod stuff to happen at one of the work sites that you're responsible for, would
Let
you
me
feel
say something.
comfortable working with those contractors
It's
again?
not, first of all, it's not that egregious of an error. You're trying to make it out to be some grand error. First of all, there's a panel that I told you the intent of the code is to be able to cut that power to that heater off within sight, which it was. It was within sight. So it's not that egregious. So my question to you is, why would the city inspect the HVAC contractor to work without him producing an electrical permit? That's not my job. That's your job or the city's job. He
Well,
did
let
it
me-
without a permit. I'm not the police. That's
Well,
their
let
job.
me then go to, let's take a look at. Actually, yeah, let's take a look here. So you're saying that this is the HVAC guy's fault for blocking the electrical shutoff, and that basically the city really is at fault for allowing this
Well,
to
yeah, they
happen,
are.
even
They
though
are.
the city
Think-
didn't know that it had
think
happened
about
when you
this.
did your inspection.
How could he put that box there if that unit was there already? He couldn't, there's no way he could have mounted. The unit came after the box was installed. And again, I keep telling you that the HVAC guys are doing electrical work without permits. It's his obligation.
And you're maintaining it's not your obligation.
If I put it there, if it's on the permit and says HVAC is included in your permit, yes, it's my obligation. But in this case, it was not.
Let me
And
take
police
a
knows,
look
it's
at-
clear on my certificate, it tells you HVAC is not my responsibility. Same thing there. He testified that that's.
I was
that's
about to
so
say,
required.
so the inspector
Let's,
testified that
let's, Mr.
Become the
Cohen,
same
and this
thing.
question, and let's try to, we want to move along. We have a few other cases. Let's try to make the questions yes or no. You're doing a very good
Okay.
job, Mr. Lucas, defending yourself.
Well, do,
I compliment you.
well,
But
do I have
let's
a chance to say something?
You're doing it. Hey, you've had a lot to say.
I got
You've had
one
the
important thing
opportunity to say a lot already.
I
Right,
got
and-
one thing to say. And it's not.
And the court stenographer can only report one person speaking at a time.
Okay.
So when Mr. Cohen is speaking, you can't speak.
All
And
right.
similarly, when I'm speaking, neither you nor Mr. Cohen can speak. So let's try to finish this up as quickly as we can.
So the issue
Mr. Cohen,
that-
do you have any further questions?
Yes, I'll try and be brief. So the issue that Inspector Parisi pointed out here with water seeping into this particular the wrapper around these wires, you consider that to not be your responsibility to inspect?
Well, first of all,
Well, yes or no?
I answer, it's not my responsibility to inspect because that came off the unit, which was installed by the, I keep saying the same thing. HVAC.
Okay, you've answered the question. Mr. Cohen, another question?
Actually, yes, I'll stop sharing my screen for a moment. So there are potential issues that you pointed out in the photographs that did not exist when you claim you did your inspections.
I didn't claim, I said it. Wasn't a claim.
Well,
ahead.
have you ever stopped working with a contractor, either a GC or an electrical contractor, after something like this happened?
I've stopped working with contractors because they didn't want to follow the rules. Yes, many occasions. There's many contractors out there that don't want to follow the rules. I want to protect life. I want to make sure what I do is correct. To answer that question, yes, I have. On many occasions.
But isn't it true in these cases with these contractors, B8 Construction, TJT Electrical and Plumbing, and Michael Bynum. You've worked with each of these contractors since.
Well, since you asked that question on Michael Bynum, that when they violated their job, I'm supposed to go back with the contractor to review it. I was never called. They issued a CO for that job since these are such egregious errors, with those errors existing. I never went back. They allowed, the city allowed the owner a CO. So you question, why am I even here? If they gave him a CO, what's the issue?
All right, I want to share something on my screen, documents in rebuttal. This actually is the electrical permit for 2409 Reese Street, and we can see
Right.
Michael Bynum as the contractor. This is a subsequently issued electrical permit for 1810 West Thompson Street, and it's also Michael Bynum as the contractor, correct, Mr. Lucas?
No, hold on. I'm objecting.
What does it have to do with this?
Mr. Chairman? Yeah, because it has absolutely nothing to do with the matters before the board. 1810 West Thompson.
Your objection.
Can I finish making my objection?
No,
1810 West
because I'm
Thompson
gonna
has nothing to do
I'm gonna
with it.
sustain it, Mr. Vance. You don't have to finish. I'm gonna sustain it. It hasn't been part of the testimony. It's not part of the record. And move on, Mr. Cohen.
Chairman, Mr. Lucas testified that subsequent to the July 2023 issues with Michael Bynum, he says, I didn't work with him or stopped working with him.
I didn't say that.
As an offer
He
of
didn't
proof,
say that.
the
He
city
didn't
will
say that.
show.
Hold on.
Okay,
hold
so
on.
then-
say that.
Hold on, one at a time, Mr. Cohen. I didn't hear that testimony.
All right, then I'll ask the question very directly. Yes or no, did you stop working with Michael Bynum after the July 2023 inspection at Reese Street?
I will
I'm
answer.
gonna
Hold on.
object.
I will
It's
answer that
irrelevant.
question if you let me introduce something that you won't let me introduce.
It's a yes
I'll
or no
that
answer.
question. That's my answer. I'll answer if you let me. If you're going to introduce that, let me bring something to the table.
Well, we don't need to introduce that document. I think it should be removed. And I think we should move on to any further questions, Mr. Cohen.
Yes, isn't it true, Mr. Lucas, that you also continued to work with B8 Construction after the November 2023 inspection?
What relevance does that have?
Objection. It's totally
The objection
irrelevant.
is- The objection is sustained. Listen, we understand Mr. Lucas testified that he has terminated relationships with contractors when he believed they weren't in compliance. There was no testimony with regard to these individual contractors that are the subject of these particular violation notices. Nothing was introduced about that. And I'd like to move on. I don't believe this is
Okay.
relevant at this point in time.
When do I get to speak?
No, Mr. Lucas,
Just in a second.
you're doing fine.
All right,
All right.
so let me, as one final question. We've seen and we've heard testimony from L&I about the issues that L&I claims are in the photos, and you've made your claims about how these are either not your faults or someone else's fault, or they are issues that were not there at your inspection. But ultimately, who is going to accept the risk if one of these things sparks a fire or shocks someone? Who's ultimately going to pay
I
that
don't understand
price?
the question. That's a question that doesn't make sense. Who's responsible? I mean, you got to make sense here, and you're not.
Not who's responsible. Who does the risk fall on? Wouldn't it be the new homeowners?
It could.
Objection.
It
Excuse me. Objection. Risk is a legal term.
Sustained,
Calls for a legal-
sustained,
All right,
sustained.
I thank you very much, Mr. Lucas. I will end my cross here.
Do I get to say something?
No, you have counsel, Mr. Lucas. You had ample, you've said fair amount so far. So, all right, your counsel is here to bring out testimony from you.
All right. All right.
We've heard, I think, ample testimony from you, from the city at this point in time. I believe at this point, I'd like to hear closing argument. And then I think I'd like to take a short, hopefully a short executive session. Mr. Vance, do you have closing argument?
Yes, if I can just say briefly, I mean, I think Mr. Lucas addressed each of the alleged violations that relate to these three cases that are before the board. And critically, I think he also pointed out in his testimony whose responsibility it is for doing various things in new construction. And he did identify problems in the city's, processes for allowing HVAC contractors, for example, to do electrical work without getting electrical permits. He also pointed out that and as Mr. Parisi testified, a lot of these alleged infractions that he testified about related to the placement of condensers and other HVAC related equipment, either getting rid of clearance or blocking access to various things. I think Mr. Lucas addressed very succinctly a number of issues, how when he did his inspections, things were different than what they appeared in the pictures that the city has relied on. And secondly, that many of these blockages of clearance and things of that nature were not the result of any work that he did or any electricians did, but what others did, HVAC contractors. So I think there's a failure of proof on the part of the city to establish definitively that it is the responsibility. It was the responsibility of Mr. Lucas as an electrical inspector or his agency Sundog for the unauthorized work of HVAC contractors. And the city's retort to that through Mr. Parisi, that it was his obligation to go to the general contractor and get them to move various things. First of all, if he didn't even know they had put them in to block what he was doing, I don't know how that's going to be his responsibility. And so I think there's really there's not a preponderance of the evidence. There's not enough evidence to say that these inspections were faulty, number one, and that these alleged violations were the responsibility of either Mr. Lucas or Sundog. And I think there is evidence of that Mr. Lucas testified about regarding motivations on the part of Mr. Parisi. So there's a lot of evidence, I know, for the board to sift through.
City objects to, well,
This is a closing statement, so.
The city has not proven its case.
Very
That's
good.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vance. Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, members of the board. I'll bring it back to what I said in the opening arguments. The burden of proof is on the appellant here. That's what the law says. That's law going back to 1929 with Falkenberg v. Venango Township. So in order to win at this board, the appellant, Mr. Lucas, needed to present to you evidence, proof that what the city did was in error. And there's been a lot of testimony in the record, but I think what might get lost is that Mr. Lucas has not presented any proof. He didn't bring any photographs. He didn't bring any permit documentation. In fact, that particular 1800 East Moyamensing Street site, he didn't have the quote unquote approved electrical plan that his documentation said he had. And then when asked on cross, he sort of changed his tune and said, oh, the documentation is slightly wrong. Well, it's documentation that the law requires him to have, so he really should have brought it today. He also should have brought photographs from the November inspections, since he knew at that point in November of 2023 that he had already been cited by the city for approving non-compliant work. I think it begs belief that he would not want to cover himself and take precautions to take at least some photographs of these work sites as he's approving this work. More to the point, the work in these photographs, as Inspector Parisi showed you, could potentially lead to harm. Not everything. The failure to give enough clearance space for someone to work on an electrical box, that's not an issue that's going to lead to a fire. But a high clearance or the type of ground fault that Inspector Parisi talked about earlier, which makes metal glow cherry red, that could start a fire. Arcing in a closet, no matter how large the closet is, if it's upstairs in the house, that can start a fire. Or leaving a panel exposed on, say, the 240 volt dryer receptacle, that can kill someone. So ultimately, what the city needs and what the law requires is that electrical inspectors do their jobs make sure that every electrical facet of these houses is safe and code compliant before it gets occupied, before it becomes someone's home, and before you have kids playing around where there's open electrical boxes and open wiring. The buck stops with the electrical inspector. And if there's a disagreement where L&I says, no, the HVAC guy cannot pull an electrical permit, you need to inspect that, and Mr. Lucas says, I'm not inspecting it, Mr. Lucas has to lose. He needs to inspect those things because we need to know that this is done safely. We need to know if there is an issue in these properties that it has been documented, it has been logged, and it has been sent to L&I so that it can get fixed. So ask yourselves this. These are 3 instances where there are code issues, NEC 2017 violations, some of which are serious and some of which carry risk. These are the 3 random properties that got randomly assigned to Inspector Parisi by his supervisor. What didn't the city catch? What else has Mr. Lucas inspected that the city has not subsequently followed up and inspected? Because we're not inspecting everything. We've got 1 electrical inspector. That's why we give our trust to third-party inspectors like Mr. Lucas, and why that trust needs to be respected. So that's why I would argue Mr. Lucas has not met his burden of proof in this particular case. I would also argue that aside from the fact that he did not show documentary proof or photos to this board, there's a lot that this board needs to believe in order to believe Mr. Lucas's side. For example, that there's 3 different contractors that have all engaged in the same type of shenanigans and misbehavior after Mr. Lucas did his inspections. That this shenanigans and misbehavior happened in like a 10-day window and a 12-day window for 2 of the work sites. And the other work site, it happened over Christmas break. Because between November and January, there's Christmas vacation, there's New Year's, there's people who are not focusing on going back into a property and putting a lot of obstructions in front of electrical. This board also needs to believe that despite knowing about being cited for the misconduct at Bree Street in July, Mr. Lucas took no additional steps to protect himself, didn't take photographs, didn't keep documentation for the other 2 work sites. And of course, there's the inconsistencies between Mr. Lucas's own paperwork that he admits that the 1800 East Moyamensing paperwork was off, but there's also the stickers that don't say that they're final inspections and have the wrong dates. And Mr. Lucas requires you to believe that those are honest mistakes and not a pattern of conduct. Because if they're a pattern of conduct and Mr. Lucas is not inspecting things the way he should be, then we have a problem. So the city is asking for a city-affirmed decision in this case. Thank you.
Thank
Can I make
you.
one point, Mr. Chairman?
No, I
for
think
1 minute?
we've heard from everyone. This was a
one
close.
minute.
No, Mr. Vance, I think we're fine.
All
All right. I think I'm being adequately generous with both counsel in this matter.
Yes, you are.
Thank you, Mr. Pincus.
All right. So it is 5:17. We're going to take a 10-minute break. So everyone's on notice. We've got a 10-minute break before we rejoin. All right. And we'll go for executive session right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair.
And I just want to apologize to everyone who's still with us. Unfortunately, this is what happens sometimes, but we try to make sure that everyone who has made an appeal has an opportunity to fully present their case. And that's what happened with respect to this last case, which we are now going to vote. So I'm going to call the vote. I guess we have to call it, there are 3 different cases. So I think I should go down the list and have us vote on each case. Is that correct, Mr. Wade? That sounds right.
Yeah, I'll call case number 30, hearing appeal ending 0034, 1800 East Moyamensing Avenue, Vernon Lucas.
My vote is appeal sustained.
Appeal sustained.
Appeal sustained.
Bill sustained.
Did we hear from Mr., did everyone vote?
He's muted.
Apologies,
Cortez.
Chairman, appeal sustained.
All right, so the appeal is sustained by unanimous vote.
Case number 31, hearing appeal ending 0600 5971 North Norwood Street, Vernon Lucas.
My vote is appeal sustained.
Appeal sustained.
Appeal sustained.
Bill sustained.
Appeal sustained.
Case number 32, hearing appeal ending 0601 2409 South Reese Street, Vernon Lucas.
My vote is appeal sustained.
Appeal sustained.
Appeal sustained.
Bill sustained.
Appeal sustained.
Just to call, I don't know if you want to excuse Mr. Washington for a couple cleanup matters.
Mr. Washington,
I do wish to be excused from it.
all right, we'll proceed, okay?
I need to recall case number 26. Hearing appeal 1558 4500 Warnock Street, Johnson Construction Company.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
And case 27, hearing appeal ending 1559 1000 Stella Street, Johnson Construction Company.
Hi,
Mr. Chair-
this is Christopher Johnson for the city of Philadelphia.
All right, is there anyone here for these two appeals?
Yeah,
Johnson Construction Company.
Attorney
Yes, Lopez.
Thompson.
Still here.
Attorney Thompson was here, and we had a chance to go out into a breakout room to discuss these two matters. And Mr. Thompson indicated that the appellant was withdrawing the appeals.
Is that correct,
That is
Mr.
correct.
Thompson?
Yes, that's correct. I'm trying to make a flight. Yes, that's correct.
Would you please identify yourself briefly for the record?
Lopez Thompson on behalf of Johnson Construction Company.
And your client has agreed to withdraw these two appeals?
That is correct.
Very good. We'll mark them withdrawn.
Thank you.
Excuse me,
Thank
Mr.
you very
Chairman.
much.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
could I be excused on appeal and my client on appeals 30, 31, and 32?
yes, absolutely, Mr. Vance, as well as Mr. Inspector Parisi. The matter is concluded.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Case number 8, hearing appeal ending 3072 1852 East Schiller Street, Malagares, Calzero.
That's Colazzo, is that correct?
Palazzo. I'm reading off of a sheet. I confirmed service earlier. I need to pull it back up to confirm the address if it needs to be read on record, but I did confirm service earlier.
And I think we called the name and no one responded, is that correct?
Yes.
Case number 8, 1852 East Schiller Street, Milagros, Colazzo. Is there anyone present?
With all due respect, this is Michelle Reinhardt for the city of Philadelphia. Could we ask the interpreter to just repeat what you just said in case that there is someone?
Right, we have a new interpreter. Would you please identify yourself for the court reporter, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is Angel Spanish interpreter, ID number Q as in Quebec 3300.
Could you say your name slowly and if necessary, spell it, please?
Yes, Your Honor. This is Angel Spanish interpreter. The spelling of my name is Angel.
And your last name?
Hernandez, Hernandez. My
Very
ID
good.
number, I apologize, Your Honor. I have a different ID identification number for video calls, which is O as in Oscar, Q as in Quebec 339.
Very good. And would you just repeat that I'm announcing whether or not, or requesting whether or not Milagros Colazzo is present at the hearing and would ask that you call that name. I believe it's a woman, call her name and ask if she's present.
Yes, Your Honor. Hola, ¿qué tal? Soy el intérprete para español. Mi número de intérprete es el O de Oscar Q de kilo 339. Su señoría está pidiendo si la señora Milagros Colazo está presente. Por favor, lo indique en este momento.
Not hearing any response.
1852 East Schiller, service was made.
And service was made to the correct address listed on the appeal, Mr. Wade?
1852 East Schiller, correct.
Very good. Very good. Miss Reinhardt, what is it that you would request?
The city request, city affirm for non-appearance.
Mr. Pettit, could you please confirm the time?
5:36 PM.
Very good. My vote is city affirmed for non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Very good. Mr. Washington was recused, so it's 4 votes, I believe we have, right?
Correct. There's one more continuance request. Case number 29, hearing appeal hearing appeal ending 5057, 6607 Sylvester Street, Winnie Wong.
Mr. Chair, I just want to let you know I'm putting back on the record.
Very good. Very good. Miss Nezich.
Yes, board members, I got a chance to speak with the appellant, Miss Winnie Wong, and I requested to her that the city would ask for a continuance, and she had no objection to that, so we'd like to request a continuance for this matter.
Very good. Continuance is granted.
May I be excused, board members?
You don't want to stick around for another hour or two? You're excused.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening.
Mr. Chair, did we ever do number 9 and 10?
These are our last 2 matters, 9 and 10. Case
thank
number
you.
9, hearing appeal ending 3132, 10849 Academy Road, Ashan Altaki. And case number 10, hearing appeal ending 3133, 10849 Academy Road, Ahan Baltaki.
Good evening, board. Michelle Reinhardt for the city of Philadelphia.
Good evening. Is there someone present with Ahan? I know he was with us earlier. Bataki. Is he no longer? I see a light around the name R. Keenan that keeps popping up. Or do you have an involvement in this case?
Supervisor Keenan is my inspector for the hearing.
And I see Mr. Baltaki. I see his name on my screen. Is he available? There he is. Are you available, sir? Mr. Baltaki, can you hear me? I don't know if I'm saying your name correctly. Mr. Baltaki. Mr. Ward, are you, Mr. Wade, are you able?
I sent him a prompt to start his video. Real quick, can we dismiss the interpreter? I apologize.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Mr. Hernandez.
You are very welcome, Your Honor. If there's nothing further, the interpreter will disengage at this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
You're very welcome, Your Honor. Have a wonderful day.
All right. So do we have Mr. Mr. Baltaki or Baltachi?
He was on there.
He's on there, but he's muted, I think.
He's not muted. He's not muted. He just no. I'm gonna put him in the waiting and bring him back. Now he should join with audio.
Sorry, can you hear me? I'm here.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I sent you a prompt to start your video.
Okay, I start. Okay.
Are you connected?
Yes, I can hear you. Miss.
All right, I believe I swore you in earlier.
Yes.
Just, would you say your last name, please, so I don't butcher it too often?
My name is Baltaci. Baltaci. Baltaci.
Baltachi?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Ms. Reinhardt.
Yes, thank you. This, as a preliminary matter, this is a single family. This was initially a single family home, and at the time that the notice of violation was written, you will hear updates about how it has been changed over time. With that, I'm going to turn directly to Supervisor Robert Keenan in order to give the details of both the notice of violation and the SVN that was issued in these two appeal cases. Supervisor,
Okay.
can you, I apologize, Mr. Pincus or Chairman.
There are two cases. One involves permits, one involves debris removal, correct?
Correct.
Okay, Inspector Supervisor Keenan.
Yes, sir. My name is Robert Keenan, licensed in inspections. Working complaints district.
Oh, would you please, all right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ms. Reinhardt.
Thank you. Supervisor, can you please introduce yourself, including your job title and what you do?
I work for the City of Philadelphia License and Inspections, working without permits division of the construction inspection unit. I'm the
Just a moment,
supervisor.
just a moment, Inspector. I'm having a connectivity problem. I don't know about, yes, our court reporter also. Can you
Testing,
get
1, 2.
closer?
Testing 1, 2, testing.
Is it possible you may be touching the microphone at the time that you're bringing it closer?
Yeah, it sounds like something, either there's a loose connection or you shouldn't be touching the microphone.
Testing 1, 2, testing.
Well, let's try it. It sounds like there's still a problem.
Well, let's get rid of that.
Is there a microphone in your computer? You don't need?
There is. Can you hear me?
Well, we're having the same connectivity issue.
You may need to turn off one of the microphones, and if there's a nearby computer with a microphone on, Supervisor Keenan, you may need to turn that off as well.
I don't have any other connection besides the one that's in front of me.
Well, do we have our computer expert? Is she still with us?
Not at this time. Not at this time.
Any suggestions, Mr. Wade?
Yeah, I'm going to try to come back in, Rich.
Yeah, I'll put you in a waiting room. Hold on.
I'm going to.
Mr. Wade,
Yeah, he hasn't joined back in. I don't know if Michelle's had contact with him or. He
Go on the screen.
I am attempting to call him right now.
I see the name on the bottom of my screen.
Good day.
Now I see, there's Mr. Inspector Keenan. Let us hear you speak, Inspector, to make sure we have a good connection.
This is Robert Keane from the Department of License and Inspections.
Very good. All right, I believe we're ready to proceed.
What about the appellant?
Mr. Washington, I'm sorry.
What about the appellant? Is he clear to talk to?
He's
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect.
I'm here.
He's still here. He's with us. All right, Ms. Reinhardt.
Thank you. Supervisor, can you please introduce yourself, including your job title and duties?
Supervisor of License and Inspections, working without permits division of Construction Inspection Unit.
Are you familiar with 10849 Academy Road?
I am.
Have you reviewed the case file that LNI has for this property?
I have.
I'm going to share my screen with what has been previously marked and shared City Exhibit A. Are you able to see this on my screen?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Yes, I see Exhibit A. That's all I see.
Okay, great. I'm scrolling down to the first page of Exhibit A. It's violation notice and order to correct dated June 16th, 2023, issued to 10849 Academy Road. Do you see this?
Yes, I do.
Are you familiar with this notice of violation?
I am.
Okay. This was issued to the appellant for a number of violations. Can you walk us through what those were?
There was a zoning violation, a building permit violation required, as well as an electrical permit required. And these were, one was for the rear of the property, the basement and the garage, and in those areas there.
Okay. And you indicated that you reviewed the license and inspection file for this. At the time this notice of violation was written, was this property zoned as a single family property?
At the time, this particular one at 6/15/2023, when this violation was written, this was still considered a single family home.
Okay. And from the way that you said it, it sounds like at some point in time since then that has changed.
There was a zoning permit, ZP 2023-007-897, applied for and approved for a residential household two-family dwelling on 8/8/23.
Okay. I am going to scroll down to City Exhibit B. Can you tell us what we're looking at in the first photograph?
That looks like the debris, construction debris from the garage door that was there on the property.
And just to clarify, this photograph, it was taken contemporaneous with the notice of violation being issued on June 15th, 2023.
Yes, by my inspector that I assigned to go there, Inspector Martinez.
Okay. Moving to the second photograph, what do we see here?
Bags of what I suspect is construction trash. But I can.
Moving to the third photograph, what do we see here?
Sheetrock, other materials of construction, different parts. It looks like some of it maybe have nails already in it, some of it may not, cut-offs and so forth.
Moving to the fourth photograph, what are we looking at here?
I'm looking at where the location of the garage was, and it was removed, and new zip board has been installed. If you look to the left, hanging out to the electrical, the two electrical services coming in, he has new exhaust coming in, and right below that, he has an HVAC unit that looks fairly new. And also he has plywood there with a washer and a dryer and another dryer, I believe it was. And to the right of that looked like a new door because the sticker's on the window, and new windows installed. Plus on the far right, at the same height as the one vent, there's another vent sticking out that window, next to the window.
Okay, and by vent, you mean like a silver tube? Is that what we're looking at?
I'm sorry, a silver tube, yes, of exhaust of some sort.
So it looks like this photograph shows recent work done. Before this work was done, is it your understanding that this property had a garage door like the one that was in the first photograph?
Yes. It had a garage there originally, and we verified that because every other, if you look to the neighboring property in that photo and along there, this is the garage, which is considered the parking area for every single family that's listed in that section of the city. And where the washer and dryer is actually a driveway entrance to what would be considered where the garage is the parking area for their vehicle. And now it's been removed.
Okay. And specifically, what work permits, if any, would be necessary to comply the work that we just saw that you identified?
Well, as mentioned before, they did obtain a zoning permit to get this ratified for one area, because we believe that they're creating this into a two-family dwelling from a single family to now an extra living space. And you would need electrical permits, heating and air conditioning, HVAC permit, plumbing permit, and a building permit, plus the zoning, which they did obtain.
Okay.
And the building permit would legalize any zoning that they did.
Has the owner obtained a building permit?
Not to my record as of yet.
Okay, have they obtained an electrical permit?
No,
Have they obtained a plumbing permit?
no,
Okay, but correct, there was no plumbing permit noted on the notice of violation at issue here, correct?
correct, because we couldn't prove or disprove at the time if new plumbing was installed at that time of visit. Because we couldn't get into the property, we were not allowed entry.
Okay, moving to the next photograph, is this a different angle of the rear of the property as well?
It is. It would be looking, I guess, from west to east, roughly. If left to right, probably better, of the side of the garage, where the garage used to be.
Okay, moving to Exhibit C. Do you recognize what's depicted here?
Yes, this is what we call enforcement action stop work order.
And what does that demonstrate?
It's a document that we have that tells all property owners to stop all work and to obtain the proper permits as noted on that corrective action that's required and marked in the above location in the frame above or below the address there.
So I'm going to read the box that you just referred to with the corrective actions. Let me know if I read this correctly. I believe it says converting garage to livable space, obtain zoning approval and building permits. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Now, you just said that they did obtain zoning, but did not obtain any building permits, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and this was issued 6/15/23?
Yes.
Okay. Moving to the second page of this same exhibit, this is a notice of stop work order posting, again dated 6/15/2023. What does this document represent?
This is a notice, and if you notice, my name's down on the left as the issuer, bottom left there. It is to let them know that this is a directive to stop all work until all permits are obtained, and that they could be possibly arrested if enforced by the Philadelphia Police Department, Directive 313.
Moving to Exhibit D. This photograph is dated February 7th, 2024. Was this also taken by an inspector in your office?
Yeah, this is the assigned inspector, Kerry Kelly, that took over for Inspector Martinez. And I asked her to go out to get an update of the follow-up on these, on this case back in February, where we were at, because I saw the zoning permit was issued.
How would you characterize
And it looks like
the work from this?
Well, it looks completed. It didn't follow a stop work order, and it looks like a new type of heating and air conditioning unit was installed over to the left. And there was some kind of new wiring that was installed down on the bottom on the left-hand side, new security light on the top. And there's still remnants of a sticker on the door if you open that up a little bit.
Does it show an X on the door?
Yes. I didn't know if that was, from our sticker or it just didn't wipe off yet. And all the debris is gone. The two units are there, and the newer unit was installed. So, and the same stone as the base. If you look at the bases, it's the same style stone that's used in the base there. Okay. New
Moving to-
windows as well.
Oh, I apologize. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
But the windows were installed completely and finished.
Okay. Moving to the next photograph, is this just the front of the property?
Yes.
Okay. And moving to Exhibit E, is this a printout from the Office of Property Assessment providing the background information of the property generally?
Yes. Yeah, that's part of our. I have access to that as well, which I have in front of me.
Okay. At this point in time, I have no further questions on the permit case. However, would you like me to continue to show the SVN documents for the trash and debris board?
Well, let us, before you move on to that, let's ask Inspector Keenan, if any of my colleagues have any questions regarding the permit case, because I have some questions, but let me ask my colleagues if they have any questions.
I have done.
All right, Mr. Inspector Keenan. Two
Supervisor,
things.
thank you.
Are we okay, Mr. Kelly? Are we okay to proceed?
I'm sorry, Chair. It sounded to me like Mr. Pettit had a question.
No, I said I had no questions.
Pardon me. I apologize. It's been a long day.
Inspector Keenan, I have two questions. Number one, a stop order was posted on the property. And if I'm hearing what you've been testifying to, work continued and the installation of that additional unit was completed notwithstanding the issuance of a stop order. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that what you've stated is there was never an HVAC permit, a plumbing permit, or a building permit that's been obtained?
That is correct.
And would a certificate of occupancy, assuming that these permits were obtained, would a certificate of occupancy be necessary before anyone could start using that unit if it's an additional unit?
It would be up to the plan review department. I don't have that answer because the zoning, once you obtain zoning, you need a building permit to clarify that. They may require in the planning building permit application to obtain a new certificate of occupancy. Now, I do want to add in the property details page of what Ms. Reinhardt had the exhibit of earlier in our the Philadelphia Property Assessment.
The OPA, Office of Property Assessment, yes.
The document that she referred to only has it as a single family. And because the zoning permit has not been fully completed by getting a building permit with what you are stating of getting that CO.
So at this point in time, it is only legally permissible to be used as a single family home.
Until you get that building permit, yes, sir.
And
To
get the building
clarify.
permit, and then get the work approved. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct, sir.
All right. I guess under the circumstances, let's allow Mr. Baltacci to ask any questions. Just a moment. To ask any questions with respect to this testimony. Mr. Washington, you had a comment or question?
Question. Real quick question.
Yes, sir.
Inspector Keenan, when was the last time the building was inspected?
2/7/24, sir.
And so no one has been in there because your inspector never was allowed entrance, correct?
No, sir, we were not allowed entry on 27 either. We knocked, she tried to go to the front door and the back door, Inspector Kelly, and was not denied entry.
Thank you. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Baltacci, do you have any questions based on the statements made by Inspector Keenan? You'll have an opportunity to explain whatever circumstances you believe are relevant. The question is, do you have any questions based on the statements made by Inspector Keenan?
No, sir.
Very good. Why don't we proceed with the second case, Ms. Reinhardt?
Thank you. I am just opening that now and sharing my screen with what was previously marked Exhibit A for the site violation notice case. Supervisor, can you see on my screen the site violation notice dated June 15th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay. Again, issued to 10849 Academy Road. This is for debris removal. Can you tell us what this violation indicates?
Well, due to the amount of debris that was left outside, Inspector Martinez wrote a separate violation for the debris, and which he notes in that photo as well, being left outside.
Okay, and this photograph, it's just one of multiple that we saw that Inspector Martinez took that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The statutory fine amount indicated on here is $300. And because this is a site violation notice, this is due, the fine is immediately imposed at the time that the ticket is issued, correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. Moving to Exhibit B, what do we see in this photograph?
More debris of materials used and that were possibly on the existing structure that have been removed and tossed in a pile.
And as you mentioned, debris, fair to say there appears to be numerous trash bags, potentially plywood of some kind, and I believe you testified previously these were washers and dryers on the other side?
Yes, well, I can go through it. There's wiring, there's hoses under there. There's 1x2s, 1x3s, molding of all different sorts. There's some flashing, there's some cuts of piping down below underneath the trash cans. This is called OSB and zip board. There's a scrap of 2x4 sitting on the far right corner. And then it looks like some if they're leaning up against one of the washing machines that's in front of that one piece of zip board on the left. Scrap.
Okay. I'm going to move to the second photograph. These are additional trash bags that you identified previously?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the third photograph in this collection, what do we see?
What we believe to be the garage panels. We confirmed that they were the garage panels. And you can see the arc of the garage door that they would roll on. The rollers would roll on from your garage door. And, then we see regular trash and an old coffee table.
And then moving to City Exhibit C, this is once again a printout from the Office of Property Assessment. Inspector, fair to say that, well, your understanding of this debris is that it was construction related?
Yes, ma'am. Well, it's part of the construction there of, when we tore out the garage and, that's what I believe it to be. The construction heavy duty bags too. They're not lightweight bags of trash.
And I believe you testified earlier, there were no active construction or work permits at the time that this construction debris was like this?
That would be the case, yes. Correct. No permits at that time.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Baltachi, do you have any questions of Inspector Keenan?
Yes, sir. I have a question. So he doesn't enter the building or he doesn't open the bags, but he just assumes there is a construction's garbage in the bags. So I'm just wondering, is he open the bags ever?
No, I did not open the bag, sir, or my inspector did not open the bags either.
Open. Okay. Did you enter the house in any way, or did you call me, or
No, I did not,
have you ever tried to talk with me in any way, or your
You
inspector?
yourself?
Yes.
Not
Yeah,
that
I mean, yeah.
But have we knocked on the door? Have we been there a few times? Yes, we have.
Because I was out of the country for a long time.
The phone numbers on the violation.
Hold on, Inspector Keenan, hold on.
Okay. Sorry.
Only one person can speak at a time. Mr. Baltachi, you are asking questions of what Inspector Keenan testified to. Let him answer your questions and then, all right? Now, did you have a question you want him to answer based on what he stated?
Okay. Sir, do you assume, I believe you assume all these construction items coming from my construction or without the permit. Is it correct? But you're just
yes,
assuming that, yes. It's not the,
Objection.
you don't have, but you don't have
No,
any.
wait. The objection is overruled. Let Inspector Keenan state what he, based on what was observed. Let him answer the question.
Okay.
At the time when the first inspector arrived, there were no permits issued. At that time, where there was a garage door, there was zip board and other materials in the place where the garage door was. Then he went around the side and saw the garage door sitting along the patio area, and that was identified. So that's how we determined what we needed.
Mr. Baltachi, do you have another question?
Yes, what I'm trying to point out is that it's just
No.
Yeah.
The issue is, do you have a question you can point out things when your opportunity is given to speak. Do you have any questions of Inspector Keenan based on the statements that he made?
Okay, no further question.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman Pincus, for Supervisor Keenan. Did you, Supervisor Keenan, or one of your inspectors leave a business card at the property?
No, we did not.
Thank you.
There is a phone number on the stop work order.
Supervisor, is there also contact information on the notice of violation and the site violation notices?
Yes, if you notice, my name was down there on the site violation notice. And it's allocated where a phone number is to reach us if you need any questions about your violations. I'm trying to find that document. Sorry.
Okay.
I guess the follow-up question, Inspector Keenan, is, did you in fact have any conversations with Mr. Baltachi regarding these violations or these notices?
No, I did not, sir, that I can recall.
Thank you. Ms. Reinhardt, do you have any further questions?
I have no further questions for this witness.
Do you have
And
any
no
further witnesses? Okay. All right, Mr. Baltachi, we have two matters to consider. One
Yes.
is the issue of your obtaining permits for work that was done at your property. And the second one is the matter of a site violation for debris and trash at your property.
Okay, let me talk about the trash first. I bought this apartment like 16 months ago. So just after 3 months later, because of this trash bags, I get the violation. But whenever I learned the violation, I just took to all of them.
Would you speak a little slower, please?
Slow,
so that we-
okay. So most of what they saw over there come from the garage. I don't have them. Previous ex-landlord as a painter and the construction guy, he fill out the garage full of these items. That's why I put them outside. Then I put them in the garage, garbage area. So actually, these not all these items not coming from my construction stuff, because I just bought the 3 months before the violation this house. Then I just clean my garage. That's why I put them there temporarily, not permanently. This is my actually. What I want to say. For the second issue, so I was out of the country for a long time. I just hired one expediter to pull the permits. So I just need the 60 days to comply. Actually, I already hired someone, the contractor, but he didn't work very well. So all these things happened. That's why I just hired someone else to comply. It's called, I think it's expediter. So I just need the expediter to pull the permit. So I needed 60 days to comply. This is what I request from your council today, if you don't mind.
So if I'm right, Mr. Baltachi, the first
Yes.
violation notice was written in June of 2023.
Yes, but the
So
problem
it's
is,
almost, it's 10 days short of a year
Yes.
since you were given a
But I was not-
violation.
but I was not in this country, sir. That's why it's happened. I have the breathing problem, and the hospital is very expensive here. That's why I was in my country for my health reasons. I just arrived and I just hired someone to pull the permit. So I just need the 60 days to comply. This is what I want to tell to you today.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
I have a question of Mr. Batachi. Mr. Batachi, did I hear you testify that you hired a contractor to do
Yes,
something there
yes.
to property? Did you check to see if they
Yes.
were a licensed contractor? And the fact that you are the property owner is your responsibility to make sure that there is a permit
Yes,
for the work
I
that's
did.
taking place in property.
Yes, sir, I did, sir. Even I have the emails. They told me they took all the zoning permit and everything. So they told me that. But then yesterday I realized I got the email sent about the interview
Let me
today.
ask you, my question is, at the time that you hired the contractor,
Yes,
and as the owner of the property, did
Yes.
you verify that a permit was pulled for the work that was going to be done?
no, actually, I just talked with them and I trust in their words. So
You're
just
still
trusted they were-
ultimately responsible. You trusted someone for property
Yes.
that you're ultimately responsible, that you
Yes,
should have
I'm
had a
responsible.
permit
Yeah,
for.
yeah. But
Thank
my
you.
mistake is just trusting this contractor. So it's my fault.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
That's why it happened that way.
Very
Mr.
good.
Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Washington.
Good afternoon, Mr. Batachi. When did you leave to go out the country?
Maybe I'm not sure about the dates, but I was not here like maybe 11 months because
When did you leave to go out the country? You had to fill out paperwork to leave. When did you leave?
You mean when I moved out from this country, you mean?
No, you said that you wasn't in the country
Yes.
after you bought the property. Now I'm asking you, when did you leave?
So where do I live, you mean?
The
No, I
question-
was,
Didn't you testify you wasn't in the country?
yes, it's correct.
When did you leave to go out of the country?
Oh, maybe June, I think. June or May. I'm not sure about the date right now.
Because I'm looking at your appeal form,
Yes.
and you was in the country to sign it on 7/14/23. You was in the country then.
Yes.
And so on 6/16/23, you was in the country when you received the violations. How come you didn't respond to them? Why didn't you respond to them?
No, I just appealed them. As soon as I learned them, I hired one lawyer and one contractor.
So you
And they told me.
So you knew you didn't have licenses and all. Once you got the stop work order, right?
Yeah, I hired them. They told me, and I stopped everything.
So
But
why
I
did
hired
you
them.
finish? No, why did you finish? Because when you got
hired
the
them.
stop work order, the construction wasn't complete.
Sir, we didn't finish it. They told me they took the old zoning permit and the other permits. Then they finished it, not me. I wasn't here. I was in, and they just
But
we
you
just
know that
talking.
you are responsible. No
Yeah,
one else is responsible. You're the only one responsible. You're the only one responsible. No one else, no contractors, no expediters, no one, the homeowner is responsible. Will we agree on that?
Yes. My fault is trusting them. I trusted them, but
Okay,
it's
Mr. Chair,
happened, sir.
Mr. Chair, I have no more questions.
All right,
They
Mr.
told me they-
Baldacci, you've answered
Yes.
his questions. You've answered his questions. Any further, anyone else have any questions, or Ms. Reinhardt, further questions?
I do have a few questions. Thank you. How is the space that was a garage that's now closed off, how is that being used?
Before, you mean?
I think the question is, how is it being used today, June the 6th, 2024?
We just put some items over there. Yeah, we just like a storage. We just put the items over there.
So you're saying that there's no one living in it?
No, there is no living here. But
Okay.
sometimes we go there. That's sort of like just to put something and other stuff. Yes.
And it's not, what you're saying is that this property is not being used as a residential duplex?
I mean, we live on the upstairs. Yes.
My question is, are there 2 residential units in this property?
You mean so? Miss,
That's
we live on the
yes,
upstairs.
that's a yes or no question. Are there 2 residential units in this property?
Right now or before?
Right now.
Actually, we didn't change anything before the plan.
Are there currently 2 residential units in this property today?
I don't know. I don't know what's the meaning of 2 residentials.
Ms. Reinhardt, is it possible that we can have the inspector go back to the property?
Well, the inspector says they haven't been allowed entry into the
But
property, if I
that's
recall
what I'm
correctly.
trying to find. I want to get him on the record saying yes or no.
What I can do is recall the inspector in order to answer a couple of our questions.
Okay.
And before you do that, Ms. Reinhardt, I need to ask Mr. Baldacci one more question, sir.
Sure.
When you received the violation notice, why did you not reach out to the department to set up an inspection of the interior of the building to verify just what you're telling us today, how it exists?
I thought the best solution, hiring a lawyer, also hiring a contractor. I thought they're gonna contact with the city. Then they solve on behalf of me because I'm not
Mr.
expert.
Baldacci, all due respect, the questions we ask, you keep putting it on someone else other than you, the owner, and the OPA has you as the owner, and the violation notice was written to you, so it's your responsibility. And my question is, why didn't you reach out to the Department of License Inspection? And if you want to say that the best factor you thought was to hire an attorney, you still should have reached out to Supervisor Keenan's office to let them know that was your intentions.
I thought they represent me better than me because the language.
You are ultimately you are the owner, and the violation was written to you. And if you read it, it talks about the owner, not anyone else that best represents.
Yes, I'm owner, but I'm not expert in this field. The lawyer and the contractor are more expert than me. That's why I contacted
Does
you
your
guys.
lawyer and the contractor pay the taxes at your property?
No, I paid the taxes.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Right, Ms. Reinhardt, you want to bring back Mr. Keenan, and then I think we ought to try to have a final statement.
Yes, thank you. Supervisor, I am showing you,
Right here. Can you hear me?
oh, can you hear me okay?
I hear you fine. I see
Okay.
everything. Thank
Okay.
you.
I'm showing you a document here. Can you tell us what it is that you're looking at?
Maybe you can make it a little larger.
Yeah, I have it here, sir. Also, he applied for a new zoning permit. He worded it, it was created July 16th of 2023. ZP 2023-007-411.
And was this zoning permit ultimately issued?
No,
Okay.
this one here.
Okay,
you know,
can I say something about that?
No.
I'm going to finish my questions here and then,
That one was not issued, ma'am.
okay. Under the description of the work, I'm going to read what was in the system and you let me know if I read it correctly. It said, quote, "I would like to close my garage entrance with wall and use it for playground and storage. I have 2 cars parking space in front of my garage entrance. Could you please help me? I need a safe place for children. I thought it would be a great and safe place." Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. And this indicates essentially a storage use generally, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, was there a second zoning application made? Let me see. July 26th, 2023.
Yes, July 26, 2023.
And this one looks like it was made by a construction company.
Yes, it was applied for by CGI Construction.
And it was ultimately issued in August of 2023.
That is correct. And this is ZP 2023-007-897.
Now, I am going to once again read the description of the work given in this zoning application, again by a contractor. It says legalize existing duplex. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. And by legalizing an existing duplex, do you have an understanding of what that use is based on your knowledge and experience in this field?
Yes. I have, yes,
Is it
I do.
residential?
A duplex is a 2-family dwelling that has, it's under our international residential code, but it also changes from a 1 to 2-family dwelling.
Now, again, I believe you just said that the issue date was from August 2023, and you testified previously that the building permit was needed in order to essentially finalize the conversion of the change of use. Is that a fair summary of what you previously explained?
Yes, and as it was mentioned that it may need a certificate of occupancy and that would be determined through a plan reviewer at this stage, because currently it's in our OPA account still as a single family home.
But since August 8th of 2023 to today, there have been no applications for a building permit?
Building permit, plumbing, or electrical, yes. No applications.
I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Can
Mr.
I talk?
Baltacci, do you have
Okay,
any
sir.
closing? Can I
Yes,
finish
let me
up? Can I finish?
explain.
Mr. Baltacci,
yes.
I have said several times, only one person can speak at a
Okay.
time.
Okay, sorry about that.
So I'm speaking now. Do you have a closing statement to make?
Yes, yes. Sir, my realtor told me I don't need to pay the money for the contractor or to take the permit. That's why first I applied by myself, but I realized that it's not easy to answer all these questions for applying the permit. That's why I applied first by myself, then I hired contractor and the lawyer to finish the job. That's why there is two application for the permit. One of did by myself, other one someone I hired for to complete the work. But I just kindly ask you, I already talk with the contractor and the expediter. I just need the 60 days to comply and the obtain all the permits. So that's what I'm asking right now here, kindly.
All right, very good. Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt.
Thank you. This, as you could see from the documents, is a single family home. The garage door was removed, windows were installed, the wall was replaced, and there were multiple utilities changed, all without permits. And you could see the debris from all of this unpermitted construction work was then left immediately behind the building, and then again on the patio area. Respectfully, while appellant has received a zoning permit in order to legalize what was described by the contractor as an existing duplex, there have been no applications or attempts apparently to obtain any of the other required permits in order to complete this work, despite there being a stop work order issued on the date of the notice of violations, and on the date of the SVN when it was issued, and yet all of the work was completed. So respectfully, I ask that you affirm the city's violations in both cases. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Wade, would you call the first case?
Case number 9, hearing appeal ending 3132 10849 Academy Road, Ashin Baltaki.
My vote is city affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Mr. Patton's absent. Case number 10, hearing appeal ending 3133 10849 Academy Road, Ahan Baltaki.
My vote is city affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
In both cases, the vote is city affirmed 4-0. The cases are affirmed. Thank you, Mr. Baltacci. If you have any questions, you will receive a notification letter confirming the board's decision, and it will explain to you your appeal rights if you want to appeal. You can also call the office and ask what those appeal rights are. Thank you very much, Ms. Reinhardt. Thank you very much, Inspector Keenan. Thank you for staying with us this afternoon.
We're off the record.
Thank you, Supervisor Keenan. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr.